We'd like to start by acknowledging that the land on which we live and work is the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe and many other nations whose presence here continues to this day. As a municipality, Aurora has shared responsibility for the stewardship of this land. We further acknowledge that Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit, recognized through Treaty 13 as well as the Williams Treaties of 1923. A shared understanding of how the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and of how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallo, any comments or questions? And we're on e-scribe, correct, Ms. Clerk? So we're voting on e-scribe. So I'll call the vote. Councillor Gardner? You're on mute.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I vote yes.
Thank you. Carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Well, welcome to Aurora's public planning meeting. Purpose of this public meeting is to inform the public and obtain public input regarding the proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision applications. For the planning applications that will be considered by council tonight, the following process will occur. 1, town planning staff will outline the purpose of the planning applications being considered. 2, then the applicant will be given an opportunity to make a presentation and address issues raised in the staff report or public concerns already filed. 3, following these presentations, members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the item virtually or in person. And 4, either town staff or the applicant will answer your questions. Now I'll keep track of the questions, and when I have several, I will direct them to whoever can best answer them. Now, it is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in the planning applications. Therefore, if you plan to speak at council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any further council or committee meetings concerning the applications being considered, you must complete a planning interested party and speaker request form available on the town's website at aurora.ca/planning notices. Or can they get them today here as well, Mr. Clerk? Yeah. Yes, you can also get them at the front. Yes, some of them are holding up those green sheets. Or you can contact Planning and Development Services by email at planning@aurora.ca or complete the green interested party form and leave it with our committee coordinator sitting at the front. Now, under the Planning Act, the applicant and residents have the right to appeal any decision of council on a planning application to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But you must verbally express any comments or concerns here tonight or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town prior to council adopting an amendment. The tribunal may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. Names, addresses, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town clerk, Town of Aurora. I will now ask the town clerk to confirm that notification to the public occurred as required by the Planning Act. Mr. Clerk? Yeah. Oh. Councillor Gardner, I need you on camera. Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting item 5.1, applications for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision. High Fair Investments, Inc., 5 to 70 Archer Hill Court, lots 1 to 14, plan 65M-2494. File numbers ZBA 2021-06 and SUB-2021-02. On October 7th, 2021, a notice of complete application was published in the Auroran and the Aurora Banner newspapers. On May 19th, 2022, signage was posted on the subject property with information regarding the public meeting. On May 25th, 2022, notices were issued to all addressed property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. On May 26, 2022, a notice of public meeting was published in the Auroran and Aurora Banner newspapers. Public notification for this application has been provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will now ask our Director of Planning and Development Services to begin with the presentations. Mr. Ramuno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members. Sorry. So for item number one, our planner, Sean LaPena, will provide an overview of the application. Then the applicant's planning consultant is here, and it's Miss Angela Shabera. She also has a presentation to provide. Sean.
Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the statutory public planning meeting for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications ZBA-2021-06 and SU and sub-2021-02. My name is Sean LaPena, and I will be providing an overview of the subject applications and proposal, as well as next steps. Next slide, please. The subject lands are municipally known as 5270 Archer Hill Court and are located south of Wellington Street East and north of Van Dorf Side Road. The subject lands currently consist of 14 estate residential lots, which accommodate 14 individual estate residential dwellings, as well as a public road, Archer Hill Court. The total combined lot area is 30.48 acres, and the total combined lot frontage is 241 meters. Next slide, please. The subject lands are predominantly designated stable neighborhoods under the Town of Aurora's official plan, while smaller areas along the east and west borders of the existing subdivision are designated environmental protection. The stable neighborhood designation seeks to ensure that residential neighborhoods are protected from incompatible forms of development, while also allowing neighborhoods to evolve and be enhanced over time. The environmental protection designation is designed to identify, protect, and enhance the environmental features and functions that form a strong and permanent green lands system. Next slide, please. These subject lands are currently zoned estate residential under the town's zoning bylaw. Permitted uses in this zone include detached dwelling, second suite, and home occupation. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the subject lands to accommodate 145 single detached lots, public streets, and open space blocks. Frontages will range from between 11 and 15 meters with an average lot area of 462 square meters and average lot depth of 32 meters. The existing public right-of-way Archer Hill Court is intended to be removed and replaced with an 18-meter wide municipal right-of-way ring road. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to rezone the subject lands from its current estate residential zone to several different zoning categories. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, the draft plan currently outlines for the residential lots, frontages between 11 and 15 meters with an average lot area of 462 square meters, as well as 7.9 acres for open space blocks. Next slide, please. As previously stated, a zoning bylaw amendment is required to rezone the subject lands from its current estate residential zone to several different zone categories in order to accommodate the proposed lot sizes as well as site-specific standards. A draft zoning bylaw is currently under review by staff. Next slide, please. 116 single detached dwellings are proposed to be rezoned detached fourth density residential exception zone. 16 single detached dwellings are intended to be rezoned for detached fourth density residential zone. 10 single detached dwellings are intended to be accommodated under the detached third density residential exception zone. And 3 single detached dwellings are proposed to be accommodated under another detached fourth density residential exception zone. Environmental protection zoning is proposed and public open space zoning is proposed as well. Next slide, please. The proposed applications will be reviewed for consistency with the following provincial, regional, and municipal policies: the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, York Region's official plan, the town's official plan, the town's zoning bylaw, and the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan. Next slide, please. Staff have identified the following matters to be addressed in greater detail: density, lotting pattern contemplated through proposed plan of subdivision, urban design and architectural control, considerations with respect to any existing environmental features, site servicing and grading, stormwater management, noise attenuation, traffic and access, pedestrian connectivity, tree protection, parkland, and amenity space. Next slide, please. Comments have been received from the public opposing the proposed planning applications, and the following is a summary of cited concerns. Number of dwellings proposed is too high, increased volume of traffic in the area and safety, preservation of existing trees and environmental impact, noise pollution. In addition to this, the town also received written correspondence outlining support for the proposed development as well. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, a review of these subject applications will continue, addressing the outlined matters, as well as the comments received from the public and council raised at this evening's public planning meeting. A comprehensive report with staff recommendations will be presented for consideration and direction at a future general committee meeting. That concludes this presentation. The applicant has prepared a presentation as well. Upon conclusion of both presentations, planning staff as well as the applicant will be available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Mr. Romano, who from the applicant do we have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the applicant, Angela Chabaris, is here representing the applicant. She's here in person. So, Angela.
Welcome, Angela.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and public. It's nice to see everybody in person after quite some time. Joining me this evening are representatives of High Fair Developments, or High Fair Investments. They're also known as Treasure Hill Homes. And Sarah Kurtz from SCS Consulting Engineers, I believe, is online to answer any engineering questions if they come up. So I would ask for council's indulgence if possible. I may need a little bit more than 5 minutes just to ensure that I've addressed the comments that have been received. I think we've pretty well been able to address everything that's been raised, but I would like to go through that if possible. First slide, please. So Sean has already provided a great overview, so I won't waste a lot of time. Everybody knows where the subject site is, the northwest corner, Vandorf and Bayview. As Sean has indicated, 14 estate lots, which are on municipal water and private sanitary services. The development was constructed around 1988 under the policies of OPA 61, which was in effect at the time. And no environmental protected lands were included in that development. So the entire road with the entire parcel, with the exception of the road, is in private ownership. So none of those EP lands are currently within public ownership. Next slide, please. So just to provide a little bit of context, I'm not sure how well you can see that. Monkman Court subdivision is located to the south, was built in or around 1995. It's one of the older ones. Carisbrook Circle is in the southeast quadrant, was constructed around 2010. Vines Place to the northeast was commenced development around 2011. And Knights Creek at the north end, or Strawbridge Circle, to the north of our site was constructed around 2013 and is the most recent development in the area. Employment lands are located further west of the site and are separated from the subject site by the Vandorf woodlot and the Shepherd's Bush Conservation Area. And there's more residential to the southwest. Next slide, please. So the clerk provided a timeline with respect to submission of the application. The only thing I'd like to note is on January the 20th, 2022, Treasure Hill hosted a virtual community information meeting. It was very well attended. We had approximately 36 area residents that participated, as well as the applicant's consulting team and representatives of the town's planning staff. And those comments were recorded and provided to the town staff if anybody wants to review them. So just to see where we are, after that information meeting, we had received comments from the first submission. The application was resubmitted and was circulated. And we have now received, I believe, the majority of comments, but there's still a few that are outstanding, which we're hoping to receive shortly. And then, of course, we have our statutory meeting this evening. Next slide, please. So as Sean has indicated, there's a number of policy documents that pertain to the site, specifically provincial policies, the provincial policy statement, a place to grow growth plan, and the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. Estate residential development on private services where municipal services exist or are expected to be provided is no longer supported by the province and is considered land intensive and an inefficient use of infrastructure. PPS and a place to grow directs growth to built up areas where full municipal services exist or are anticipated, promotes densities and mix of land uses that demonstrate an efficient use of land and resources, are transit supportive, and support active transportation. The site is within a settlement area of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, and the policies of the municipal official plan apply. However, the site is still subject to the ORMCP provisions. The subject site is located within a landform conservation area 2, category 2 area. However, there are no landforms on the subject site as it's obviously already been developed. However, a detailed environmental impact study was prepared by Dillon Consulting and details how this has been addressed, amongst other things. So municipalities are required to conform to provincial policies when dealing with land use matters. The proposed redevelopment of the subject site supports provincial policy by utilizing underdeveloped urban lands currently on private sanitary services. The region of York has confirmed that the proposed development supports and conforms to provincial policy. And, excuse me, aside from minor technical matters to be addressed through the review process, has no objection to the proposed development and has also provided conditions of draft approval. Next slide, please. So town's official plan is, as Sean had indicated, designated stable residential, or sorry, stable neighborhood, permits ground-related residential uses, and permits infill subject to restrictions, but it's not prohibited. Must be compatible with the existing community character. The town's OP does not provide density ranges. However, it regulates this through an implementing zoning bylaw on a site-by-site basis. And the development policy states that new development and site alteration abutting existing residential development shall be sympathetic to the form and character of the existing development and shall be compatible with regard to building scale and urban design. So it does not require development to be identical, but compatible. Next slide, please. Thank you. So built form, quickly, just to show you an example of the surrounding neighborhood. Monkman Court in the top right, top left corner. You can see it was the older of the subdivisions, has the protruding garages, a design that is no longer supported by the town's bylaw or their urban design guidelines. The newer subdivisions, Carisbrook Circle, Vines Place, and Strawbridge Farm, which is Knights Creek, has the either a recessed garage or the main part of the building brought forward, but they're basically flush with the exception of a meter or so. And they reflect the town's more current design principles. Next slide, please. Zoning bylaw, zoned estate residential, and you can see that the lot fabric is significantly different from the newer development that has occurred around the area. The application, as Sean had stated, is to rezone the subject site to be more in keeping with the town's current zoning provisions and the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. So the community information meeting, what we heard, there was certainly a lot of participation, which was great. This is not an exhaustive list, but these were the key points that were raised. Traffic, privacy, lack of parks, and environmental concerns and the removal of existing trees, and concerns with density and compatibility of the proposed development to the surrounding subdivisions. So traffic impact study was prepared by TMIG and has been reviewed by the town and the region. The report recommends a designated southbound left turn lane from Archer Hill at Vandorf, as well as optimizing signal times at Vandorf and Bayview, as well as other transportation demand management initiatives in accordance with industry standards. With respect to privacy, the proposed dwellings will be within the town's height requirements, and enhanced landscaping is proposed along the Vandorf street frontage. The south side of Vandorf has a significant amount of coniferous planting that currently screens the rear yards of existing dwellings. Based on comments received from the area residents and town staff, a parquet is proposed within the subdivision. This was an excellent point raised by the residents, and the applicant has been in discussions with town staff regarding the appropriate size, location, and potential programming. It's a work in progress, and a revised plan that was presented earlier shows a park block, but this is conceptual. It could move, it may get bigger, it may have a different configuration, but we are showing it on the plan at this point. So it's intended that we will continue to work with staff to provide a park of appropriate size, location, and programming. Next slide. So this was the original plan that did not have a park connection up at the north end. There was a pedestrian linkage, but no park block. If you can, next one, please. So the revised draft plan shows the park block up at the north end. There is an existing path system that runs through the open space block to the north that was installed as part of the Knights Creek subdivision. And it's intended that wherever the park ends up, that there would be a connection to that walkway and then over to the woodlot. And also at the south end, the entrance has been widened and to ensure and to provide the exclusive left turn lane out of the site. Next slide, please. So the proposed zoning, the lots are to be rezoned to the town's current zoning standards of R3 and R4. We're not creating any new zone categories. There are some site-specific standards with respect to coverage or setbacks. And in addition, the EP zones are to be conveyed into public ownership. So that's over 5 acres, I believe, of environmental protected area, along with 10-meter buffers adjacent to the woodlot and a 30-meter buffer adjacent to the wetland that's up in the northeast corner. Next slide, please. So very quickly, I won't go over this. I know this is difficult to see, but the red shows the areas that we are proposing a modification. The only exception to the R3 zone are for the lots up at the north end that abut the open space block. And that is with respect to coverage, increasing the coverage. So it's 50%, which is the same as the R4 zone. And to bring the house face and the garage in line at 4.5 meters. The R4 has a couple of site-specific requirements. One is a lot area for a few of the lots, which is a reduction of 25 square meters, which is about 269 square feet, and a minor reduction in rear yard setback. 3 of the lots are corner lots, and we are requesting a reduction in the side yard from 3 meters down to 2.5. Next slide, please. So again, this is a little bit difficult to see, but it's a density comparison of the proposed development with the surrounding neighborhoods. And this one is virtually identical to the Knights Creek to the north, which was the most recently approved subdivision. The others have lower densities, which would have been in keeping with the policies in place at the time. Next slide, please. A landscape master plan was prepared by Cosburn Naboris Limited. And again, this is preliminary only and is being reviewed as part of the overall process, but it shows some intent. So you can see the open space blocks that will be protected. Restoration plantings will also be used to further reinforce the boundary between private and public ownership and to protect the natural features. In addition, permanent fencing is proposed to protect and preserve the existing natural features. So there will not be any access from the rear yards of these dwellings onto the open space blocks. The community gateway at Vandorf Road will feature enhanced planting of flowering trees and shrubs that are consistent with the rural character of the local community. And a variety of street trees will be planted throughout the community, consistent with the town of Aurora's approved species list. Again, this is something that's being reviewed by town staff and may be further refined. Next slide, please. So in terms of character, these are some examples, conceptual elevations of the types of buildings that are proposed. Very similar to the homes in Knights Creek and the other surrounding neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So very traditional. Next slide. So key items. The proposed development is in compliance with provincial, regional, and town policies. The wetlands have been identified and staked out with the Conservation Authority, and as well as the buffer areas. So those have been surveyed and have been established in conjunction with the LSRCA. And the intent is to convey those lands to public ownership. Compensation for tree removals and enhancement plantings with native vegetation. So whatever does not get accommodated, it has to be equal. Whatever's removed gets replaced, and whatever cannot physically be replaced is provided to the town financially through compensation. An exclusive left turn lane onto Vandorf Side Road, which will assist in ensuring that there isn't a blockage of traffic on Vandorf. The removal of lots from septic system. And no major issues have been identified by any departments or agencies at this point. And again, the region has confirmed they have no objection and have provided their conditions of draft approval. Next slide, please. So next steps. We are to receive and review the balance of the circulation comments. I think there's only a couple that we're still waiting for. We will continue discussions with the town's Parks Department to finalize the parkette size, location, and configuration. After hearing the comments this evening and upon receiving the balance of the comments, circulation comments, we will revise and resubmit plans and studies as necessary to address technical comments. And then a staff recommendation report will be brought back to council at some point in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Angela. Council, I'm going to open up to the members of the public. So at this time, if there are any members of the public that would like to come to the podium, just come on up. I can just get you to state your name. And we need their address at this point or there? No, just your name.
Actually, my name's David and I want to talk to Goliath's plan. Tim Jones, 83 Monkman Court. And I have registered through the clerk to speak tonight as well as to get follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Tim, just want to acknowledge, thank you. Yeah, I mean, Tim is a former mayor, so we welcome him back to the council chambers. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I have a slide that I've asked to have put up on the screen as well, similar to one of the slides that we've seen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and neighbors. Bottom line to this proposal, the density is too high. And I referenced stable neighborhoods, which the developer referenced and which staff have referenced as well. The developer acknowledged general design policies for new developments with staff neighborhoods are provided to ensure the new development is sympathetic to the form and character of existing development. And in one of the developer's slides, they showed not just their development, but the four corners and the lands to the north, which I consider to be the area that should be the stable development consistency. This redevelopment of 145 doesn't compare. It's incompatible to the three other corners, which are approximately 32, 44, and 77 units in character, form, and density. If you look at the overhead, I mean, it's just obvious. It hits you in the face. This Rackham Packham proposal is just doesn't fit the neighborhood. With respect to the homes to the north, the developer report states, redevelopment represents a minor or modest increase within the area that has similar densities and built form. Well, I suggest to you that's not minor, nor is it modest. When you look at the other three corners, going from 14 2-acre lots to 145 detached homes is not a minor intensification on this site or in comparison to the four corners. The four corners equal just a little more than what this whole site contains, or this site has more, just a few houses less than all three corners combined. The developer indicates this development contains an adequate provision of full range of housing, including affordable housing. What's affordable? $1 million is not affordable. Show me a house in there that's not going to go for less than $1 million. Conclusion, based on the above, this redevelopment does not conform to the intent of Aurora's stable neighborhood OP, including Section 8. Stable neighborhoods are existing residential neighborhoods that will be largely protected from the impacts of new development. Infill development and other forms of intensification will be restricted within stable neighborhoods. When Brookfield developed the Timberlane property, they originally submitted for, I think it was over 90 homes. They settled into for 77, but based on similar issues that we have here, arrived at 56 residents. That's a reduction of 30%. I'd suggest the same here is a minimum standard that should be considered to be considered compatible to what's in the area. My second point, I have three. My second point is traffic. It is horrendous to think what the traffic is going to do. The developer study predicts the total of 24 inbound and 65 outbound in the rush hour, and 79 in and 50 out in the afternoon hour. We've been in a pandemic. How can any traffic study be done in the past 2 years that reflects the reality of traffic flow, real or projected? Again, using the Falconwood development, which is beside Timberlane, just with 30 gated homes. They've done a study where apparently 30 homes over 6 months equals 30,000 movements or 167 movements a day. Using that same ratio to this, and it should be no different, 145 homes over 6 months would result in 146,000 movements, which is 800 a day. There is no public bus or transit opportunity on either Vandorf or Bayview, as all residential transportation will be by car. Using the real figures mentioned above, the traffic movements generated by these homes and their kids will be over 800 trips a day, plus traffic from non-residents, school buses, commercial, servicing through one access. Rush hour traffic is already high on Vandorf at Bayview, and the additional traffic trying to get out in the morning from one access onto Vandorf, given the proximity of Bayview, the lighted intersection, will back up and be impossible to penetrate. I will, if my time is up, I will be glad to continue my comments when my next turn arrives.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll get you comment. Any other members of the public for the first time? If I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Colin Deschamps, 14 Monkman Court. I know that the provincial policy seems to override everything nowadays, so I'm not sure how much we're going to achieve here. It's ironic that Canada is the largest country in the world by area and has a relatively small population, and yet we cram everybody into a small corner of the country. We had a Zoom meeting, as was mentioned, 3 or 4 months ago, and I must say we received some what I would call vague and unsatisfactory answers, and submitted some follow-up emails. Is this a done deal? Like, how did the developer manage to buy up the 14 lots over time, and now it's come to the fore? My main concern, as Tim mentioned, is the traffic flow caused by 150 homes times 2 cars is 300 cars, and presumably school buses egressing onto Vandorf near Bayview traffic lights. The comment about a left turn lane out of the new Archer Hill area, quite frankly, I don't care. I'm concerned about Monkman, not the other side of the road getting stuck in traffic. And as Tim mentioned, the studies that were done during COVID, it was not realistic. I mean, if you go out there today and you'll have trouble getting out of Monkman Court. What about emergency services? Vandorf is used by the fire, the police, the ambulances on a regular basis. I know because they go past our backyard. And going to, I guess, the 404 to deal with accidents or incidents. What will the congestion do to their ability to get through the traffic to get to their emergencies? Have they been consulted in all this? So those are the main concerns. I do have a couple of solutions, of course. One was mentioned, reduce the number of homes by increasing the lot sizes. But the main one, which has not been mentioned yet, to my knowledge, is the access should not be on Vandorf. It should be on Bayview. There's lots 53 and 54. And lots 53 and 54, I think, were identified as a walkway or something. That would be a logical place to put the main road into the subdivision. Now, people are going to say that, Bayview is too busy already, which it probably is. But there is a precedent on the northeast corner in some of the maps we've just seen. That subdivision accesses onto Bayview. There is an emergency exit onto Vandorf. So on the northeast side, why couldn't the same thing happen here? The main access onto Bayview and an emergency access onto Vandorf. We've been on Monkman for 17 years and enjoyed a relatively quiet, semi-rural environment. We're now facing a 1 to 2 year of major disruption, noise, and inconvenience. If this goes ahead, will we be compensated? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public like to speak? Klaus, welcome. If I can just get you to state your name. And you have 5 minutes, Klaus.
For your information, I was unable to understand anything that has been said so far. So it's all one way. I can't hear. This has gone pretty well.
Do we not?
Anyway,
Sir-
my name
sir-
is Klaus
Oh.
Wernberg. I live in Aurora, have lived here for over 40 years.
Klaus, you can continue. I'm just trying to see if we can get the earpiece for you.
Just for your information, I hear what is being said, but I cannot digest it because I cannot differentiate sounds, which is in the inside of my head, and apparently it's not correctable.
Okay.
My hearing aid is not doing the greatest job. So
Okay.
that's basically what we are. Anyway, I appreciate that the planning meeting is an in-person one, not one that utilizes Zooming or conferencing, teleconferencing, or video conferencing, because I can't function in that environment at all. So This is the first time I understand we have had this, and I appreciate that very much. I would like to remark that the window of review for the application is too short for the public. I'm able to get the application a week before this meeting. And then I find if I want hard copies, I have an iPhone and I'm not able to read all these documents on an iPhone. If I want a hard copy of any of the reports of the staff, the planner didn't know whether he could hand that out. And I asked for the hard copies of the experts, Dylan and so on. And I was able to get one that was about the environmental aspects. The other one I really should have been looking at was the transportation matters. Each of those documents is long. One of them 90 pages, the next one 132 pages. Even if I had the hard copies a day after I received the report, it would have been difficult to digest all of that and then make appropriate comments. So it is a little bit rough on the public to be very informative when it comes to making these comments because we don't know what's in the reports. Anyway, this is just as something before I actually get going. The application, this application is predicated on the assumption that a permit for destruction of the existing homes and infrastructure, such as roads, will be obtained without a public meeting being needed. Would it not be possible that the public would be invited and or the charitable restore organization to survey the homes before destruction, to obtain such items as kitchen cabinets or counters or windows or doors to attain the reuse of valuable components of the homes and prevent them being rendered construction garbage. This is something that would not come up until the destruction is being discussed, but this is my only chance to speak to that. The intended subdivision of 140 residential units will be of detached homes. It would be preferable to import a different density, even higher, by clustering the residential units and then have more green space left over. And maybe even have some more affordable units in this area. The subdivision in its suggested form will result in about 10 times the number of personal vehicles. As a result, Aurora's greenhouse gas emissions will increase correspondingly at a time when council should be concerned about acting in concert with its climate emergency resolution. Doesn't make much sense to me to have these extra cars, but okay. For the sake of reducing energy consumption, the following measures could be taken. Apply green development standards such as solar panels on the roofs of the homes. Require the establishment of a commercial area where, for instance, a variety store could be operated. That way, the future residents of the Archer Hill subdivision, as well as the current residents of the other 3 subdivisions in the Vandorf Road Bayview intersection, could at least satisfy some of their shopping needs and thus avoid having to utilize a vehicle and a trip of at least 4 kilometers for every small shopping need. There's a need to keep such shopping trips to the minimum possible. A local commercial area would help. We are not getting to complete communities when we have small development like this. It doesn't do good for Aurora, nor for the public in general. Connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists is an issue that is mentioned in the paper, in the application paper here. One of the ways such non-vehicular traffic could be accommodated better is by having direct connections from the subdivision to the safe walking and cycling routes. While the proposed plan will make it possible through that park entrance to route such traffic onto a side trail of the Nokita Trail, there should be cut-through trail corridors from the subdivision's south and central sections directly onto the Nokita Trail in between the houses. You shouldn't miss this opportunity to make connections in concert with the Trails Master Plan, I might mention. There should also be no need to reach the Nokita Trail via either the Bayview or Vandorf roads. The opportunity to provide a loop trail outing exists if direct access to not only the northern side trail, but also to the Nokita Trail further south is provided at the subdivision design stage between homes. Clustering residential units would greatly facilitate such trail access features away from regional roads. We should be looking for an experience that allows these people to go out of their subdivision without entering a regional road and going right into the forest, having a loop walk in there or two loops. You can make 2 or 3 loops out of this, and then get back to the subdivision without having touched a regional road. And that can all be accommodated at the design stage, but not later on. Later on, you're going to have opposition from the residents to any corridors you want to implement. So those are my comments.
Thank you,
I hope
Klaus.
that something can be done about lengthening the review process, the review period. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Any other members of the public? I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
My name is Paul Frisk. I live at 102 Mogman Court. In addition to all the aspects that were brought up, one other one is the environmental impact of all the green space being removed, and how does it affect the aquifer that is currently exposed to the environment. There was a proposal mentioned at the meeting back in January, but it wasn't clear as to what's going to happen. You know, Aurora still relies on artesian wells mostly, and some piped in water from the south. But what's going to happen to all that water that's no longer being allowed to percolate into artesian wells? It's going to end up in storm sewers. And I know there was some sort of reclamation plan, but it wasn't well explained. Is that just going to go back into the creek and out to Lake Simcoe, or how is it going to get back into our aquifer? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Council, it's good to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of ourselves and our neighbors. My name is John Greenhoff. I live in Falconwood Estates. I'm here on my own behalf and for several of our neighbors. I and they are very concerned about the loss of a nearby neighborhood. From what has been disclosed so far, it would appear none of the concerns that were expressed in the video conference have been addressed. If you listen to the developer's presentation, it's all wrapped up and ready to go. There's no consultation with the people that live in the area. Other developers have come in, and before they began to really move along, they talked to us. This developer should be doing that to the communities that are around. The key, of course, is the density, 145 new homes. The traffic problems are going to be severe. Access to the Vandorf Bayview traffic lights will be very difficult. Does anybody really care and believe that traffic study is just crazy? There has to be another exit and entrance on Bayview or Vandorf. For cars exiting to proceed east, there's only about 5 car lengths before you hit the stoplight, and getting out onto Van Dorp from that subdivision will be pure hell. Next, the previous gentleman talked about environmental issues. I say without sarcasm, it is ironic the week the town announced the Green Aurora program that we've got a nearby neighborhood being destroyed. We've got a mature tree development that is really going to be replaced, the trees that are taken down with some shrubs. That's what we just heard. What steps in the plan are being built in to protect the existing flora and fauna? We haven't heard that tonight. We need concrete steps. What is being done about the water runoff? The reflected heat from the shingles? What are the specific environmental protective steps that are going to be taken? We heard none of that tonight. We need to hear it. Where is the real green space? Now, as to water pressure, which is a very important point for us in Falconwood Estates, what will be the water line that supplies the water to the new development? Is it an existing one? Is it the one that we are on in Falconwood Estates? Because our water pressure is dismal. Our water, the water coming out of our taps is sometimes less than the width of our finger. So if we're going to actually plug 145 new homes in there, what's going to happen to our pressure? Very serious issue that we want to hear about. In terms of the official plan, I mean, who's kidding who? This is the moraine. The moraine used to be around here, the Holy of Holies. What's happened to it? Now we're going to plug in all these new homes, and there's no respect to the moraine. We heard nothing from the developer about the moraine. It's funny, when we talk about land available for parks, the developer is pointing to the parks that are elsewhere. So they're not providing anything, but the town is. What does the town get for that? We should get something for that. This proposal, we know will go forward in some form, but the density has to be reduced. And some of these issues that I and others at this meeting have put forth have to be listened to. We want to talk to the developer direct. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Sabrina Grupner, 34 Monkman Court. Mr. Mayor and council members, I wanted to thank you, first of all, for listening to our concerns. I have to tell you, I spoke to some colleagues and friends earlier today to tell them what I was doing this evening. And unfortunately, the first comment I heard was, well, why are you wasting your time? Because the assumption these days is that no matter what we say at this level, the developer will go to the province and overrule anyways. But I'll be honest, I refuse to fall into that cynicism. And I'm glad to see that my neighbors this evening haven't fallen into that trap either. I think to make a successful community, it has to be a compromise and an understanding between the residents, the people who want to build new homes, the future generations who hope to live here. My mother moved to Monkman Court 25 years ago, and I'm living with her now. She's 88 years old. She came here originally because she wanted to get away from some of the really sprawling growth in areas south of here. And she loved the character of Aurora and the way that this area was developing. And I think we all at our hearts want to maintain that. I'm not naive. I know that we need more homes. People are looking for places to live, but I don't have to reiterate some of the points that have been made tonight to hopefully have you understand why we're so concerned. The density is just unsustainable. The traffic on the best of days, now that I have to return to work on a regular basis, I have to wave my hand out the window and hope on the good graces that somebody's going to stop and let me in so I can turn onto Van Dorp. I can't see that getting any better, even with a dedicated lane. It breaks my heart when I see all the mature trees in that area that are going to disappear, and that the folks on Monkman are going to be facing a wall of high fencing. That's not the type of community I want to live in, and that's not why my parents moved here, I would say 25 years ago. I really do think that we need to have a hard look at some of the things they've suggested, the traffic, the density, the natural trees, and come to a solution that is going to continue to make this such a wonderful place to live. And that is a compromise, not just something that is imposed on the residents and the community at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any? Oh, yeah, any other members of the public? Welcome. Can I just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is J.P. Bernier. I live in across the street here from Bayview on Vines Place. And we moved to Aurora about 10 years ago, being company of birds. And I noticed that the motto of the town is "You're in good company." And I want to congratulate you and the town for your outstanding administration so far. And my neighbor and I are counting on you and on your administration to do the right thing. That is, to care for the needs of the many as opposed to the needs of the few. And I would like to address very briefly, because they have been substantially addressed, traffic and the removal of trees. For 9 years, I've been crossing Bayview here in the summertime and as well as in the fall. We enjoy the greenery, the woodlands. The traffic is getting worse. And I'm getting older. I can no longer run to cross that street. And it is very risky. Simply because at the top of the hill, you don't see the bottom. That's the traffic coming from Wellington southbound on Bayview. You see it at the last minute. I used to walk with my grandchildren. Now they're in maturity age. They don't come with me anymore. But they keep reminding me to be extremely careful now. And I sure don't want to be the first victim of an accident there if it's not being taken care of. Regarding the removal of trees, I've traveled a lot on business throughout the world, and they are streets that are remarkable. I'm just going to name two. You can Google them on the internet and you will see how beautiful they are. One is La Rambla in Barcelona. 2 words, R-A-M-B-R-A. I think that's expression. And the other one is Les Champs-Élysées in Paris. They are outstanding simply because they have a lot of mature trees. Those 2 cities know it, and they're not about to have them removed or cut for any reason or replaced by twigs and small shrubs. And that is being proposed by the builder here or the developer. I'm not sure which one. When we saw the plan, the revised plan of the new development on the east side along Bayview, for 3/4 of it, all trees are gone to be replaced by an acoustic fence with probably a few shrubs on the side. That will destroy the beauty of Aurora. And I hope that, again, you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. If I can just get you to state your name, you have 5 minutes.
Stefan Perron, 90 Mugman. Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm not a professional environmentalist, but I'm a good listener. I've listened here tonight and I've heard the developer boast about a dedicated lane for entering the new subdivision. People come back from work at various times. Most people leave for work between 7:30 and 9:30. So I don't care. You've got the biggest fire hydrant in front of your house. If you put an 1/2-inch garden hose on it, it's gonna explode. That's what they're trying to do. They're gonna put a 75-foot dedicated lane coming off of Bayview. They're gonna go in, no problem. Going out at 9 in the morning, the gentleman before me just said, it's difficult to pass. You've got a hill going down Van Dorf. The lady here said when she's leaving for work in the morning and she has to turn on that way, she's not sure because you can't see what's coming up the hill. Same thing on Bayview. You've got a hill there. You're going to put 300 cars additional in the morning. I know that matter has been beaten to death. However, I just wanted to say, all I've heard tonight, they're putting a dedicated lane. There is no plan for the outflow. I've not heard that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to come up? Well, no, Tim, before I go back for a second time, I'm going to see anyone first and then I'll get Mr. Ramuno to answer some of the questions or go through some of the questions that have been asked.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Green and I live at 5 Fox Point in Aurora, just north of Bloomington. I've been listening with great interest in this evening's presentations. And one thing seems to sum up what I've heard this evening, whether it be traffic, people, etc. It's like trying to squeeze a quart into a pint pot. You cannot do it. And so it's trying to maximize, I don't know whether it fits within the bylaws as they currently stand, but to cram that number of dwellings, and they are classified as single dwellings, and I guess that's a marketing ploy. One can imagine with 145 houses, and we'll say a family usually has 2 cars, maybe 3. Where are they all going to park? On the street, in the driveway? It's going to be a parking lot. That's the view. And as has been said by many people, trying to exit and enter that subdivision, especially through one entrance, is going to be absolute chaos and it's just an accident waiting to happen. So my recommendation is from the council, please review the density that we're looking at. We do need houses, but not crammed into such a small space that it will be chaos on, we'll say, 5 days of the week at least. So please review the density. That's my key message. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public for the first time? Yep. Frank, I'll get
Hi,
you next.
it's Keith Wilson. Okay, didn't come prepared, so here we go. I believe that the development is, the density is too high. I believe that the proximity of the exit to the intersection with Vandorf and Bayview is going to cause problems. I think we all saw the traffic volumes with the recent storm and the intersection and how that the amount of traffic that was there. I think that's the problem. The left turn lane into Vandorf, I do not understand how that is going to help. I think that the initial design talks to the avarice and greed of the developer. We've now got one small park. I think, what did they do? They gave up one house, one development unit. I think that should Aurora need another GO station, this developer is a shoo-in. I mean, we all know how difficult it is to get out of a GO station. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just state your name? You have 5 minutes.
Frank Giorgio, and I'm here to
talk about when I moved into Aurora, which is 10 years ago. I knew exactly what was the south of me, east of me, west of me, north of me. And now we've got on the west side, 14 homes that are going to be transformed, hopefully for in their case, to 145 homes. You've got to be kidding. More than 10 times the amount of homes in that little area. It just doesn't make any sense. The pollution, the traffic, the environment, it's all going to be screwed up. You've got a lot of concerned citizens here, so I hope you guys do the right thing. The former mayor, Tim Jones, I've known him a long time. I knew him when he was mayor, and he was a man for the people. Mr. Mayor, I hope you do the same thing.
Any other members of the public for the first time? Not seeing any. Before I go to the second round, Mr. Rumino, there's a bunch of questions. I know you've been busy writing. If we can go through them. There is one that I just kind of wanted to respond to. I know it was mentioned a couple of times, is that it seems like it's a done deal. I can tell you all, I mean, we all appreciate the fact that the public comes out, and that's the purpose of these public meetings, is to come out and ensure that it's not a done deal. We want to hear your concerns, and it's not a done deal until this council says it's a done deal. And we look at what is appropriate for our community, and those are the decisions that we make to make sure that whatever gets done is appropriate, and it's what the community wants and what we deserve to have in our community. So just wanted to make sure it's not a done deal.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've certainly heard the concerns, and we've listed a number of those concerns and issues that we need to continue to review. Key amongst them is obviously the density, traffic, the environmental impact, groundwater recharge. All I can say is, again, this is the beginning of our review. The applicant has submitted a number of background studies, such as traffic. We're going to be taking a close look at that. There's an environmental impact study that's been submitted as well. We'll be reviewing that. Our Conservation Authority is also looking at that. There's a question about the groundwater impact. There's a hydrogeological report that's been submitted that deals with groundwater. Functional servicing plan deals with storm servicing. Another comment that we've heard is the water pressure, how that's going to affect the Falconwood subdivision. So we made a note of that as well. And again, these are all comments that we'll address when we do come back. We still need to complete our review. I can just assure council and members of council, members of the public, that we'll do a very rigorous review of all the supporting studies, the comments and issues that have been raised tonight, as we continue to move forward. With respect to the trees, again, that's something that we'll look at as well. Obviously, the majority of those trees on site were original landscape trees. The area that will be protected, identified in our official plan and proposed to be rezoned, is the environmental protection area. That is currently within the private ownership of those existing 14 lots. That's something that we need to take a look at as well, ensure that the development limits have been established. And my understanding is the Conservation Authority has been out there to walk the site and have staked the development limits, and we know what areas need to be protected that are either part of the wetland feature and the woodland feature and the appropriate buffers. So again, we appreciate all the comments, and we'll continue to review those and ensure that all the members that have signed up this evening are aware of when we come back to a future meeting with a comprehensive report.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. I just have one more. I mean, do we have any comments to date in regards to from emergency services?
Certainly, that's another good point, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe they've definitely been circulated. They're another key agency, so we'll have their complete comments at a future time. So they're obviously concerned with traffic in and out of the proposed subdivision, and of course to ensure there's appropriate fire route as well as our other services, garbage collection, and those are a little more minor, but EMS is obviously a key consideration as well.
Thanks, Bruno. And just for the applicant, Angela, I think there's a couple of questions that are for you specifically. Is there any consideration for added trail connections? Also, was there any look at the possibility of an access onto Bayview?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank all the residents for their comments. I've taken notes down as well. With respect to the trail connection, there is definitely one already that's being proposed, and we can certainly talk to staff to see if there's another location that they would find suitable, but we're more than willing to work with them on that. With respect to the second point, sorry.
Access onto Bayview.
Oh, access onto Bayview. The issue with Bayview, we've had preliminary discussions about that because that was a comment that was raised at the community information meeting. Bayview Avenue is a regional road. So we need to discuss that with the region. We have to get permission from the region. And I know that there's an issue with respect to, and this is getting a little technical for me, but distance from a signalized intersection for an access. I can tell you when I did the Knights Creek subdivision to the north, the region didn't even want that access. So we had to fight to get that access onto Bayview. So we can certainly continue to talk with them. We have no problem doing that to see if we can come up with something.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Moon, is there anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor, no, that was another good point with respect to the Bayview access. So we will certainly have that discussion with the region as well.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I'll ask if there are any members of the public that would like to come up for a second time. I know Tim's raring to go. Tim? I just got to get you formally to state your name again, and you have 5 minutes.
Tim Jones, 83 Monkman Court. David Goliath. Okay, the traffic issues have basically been highlighted quite a lot, so I'm not going to go over what I have left. They've pretty well all been mentioned, other than at Vandorf is also a route for the trail system where you have to cross down past the lights halfway down the bottom of a hill. The traffic is going to be excessive on Vandorf. How is the trail system going to be ensured to be safe to go from one side of the road north to the south or south to the north using that trail system where the entrances have been designated by the town? Other than that, it was my understanding that the region had indicated in a previous staff report that accompanied the original proposal that an emergency access might be permitted, and Central York Fire has requested an emergency access onto Bayview. So if that's the case, would they consider a full access onto Bayview? And then let's just treat this right and treat it the way it should be. Environmentally, I agree with Klaus, with John, with all the people that have said if I would challenge members of council to walk their talk and follow their own Go Green Challenge principles. In an early report, Aurora staff comment, uncertain density fits with the consideration to the existing landform, Oak Ridge's Marine Conservation Plan, keeping disturbance to landform character to a minimum. Current proposal does not meet landform policies. Existing watercourse, woodlands, protection of 30 meters. This should be a minimum. No one has identified as well any protected species that might be in this area. We know that the Oak Ridges Marine in various locations have some protected species that they need. I haven't heard anybody identify anything. There may not be one there, but I think that should be checked. Sadly, we see in all developments, it's scrape the land, take out all the trees. You've got to put in your services, you got to put in your roadways, you got to put in your houses. It's going to be complete moonscape until they can then put in the shrubs that start subdivisions off again. And so I don't think we've got a lot of hope for the trees in the middle, but hopefully the trees on the side, the trees on the border of the property, major mature trees will be there. I'd like to know on behalf of the ratepayers to the north who paid premium for the lots where they overlook green space and overlook the state residential. Are they going to get their premiums back? I think it was the same builder, so maybe they should give their premiums back. Additional runoff of stormwater from 145 roofs, the street network will challenge the ability for stormwater runoff. Is there any concern about how the pre-development storm runoff is kept the same as the post-development storm runoff? The developer says that they're using the new storm sewers as holding tanks, or they may, with an orifice at the outfall to control and maintain the storm runoff. How's that going to work for 25, 50, 75, 100-year storms? We've seen some pretty severe water damage just there. So you get something like that, those storm pipes are not going to be able to hold anything. Should there maybe be a stormwater management pond instead of a whole bunch of houses that can manage and control some of this? The extra light created through the lighting, of course, is always a concern to the environment and the existing wildlife. Thus, the buffers and setbacks really must be the maximum to ensure that it's safe in that regard. The parkette has been addressed. It needs to be bigger, but at least somebody's listening. How will the Bayview Vandorf streetscapes be treated? You can see on the other four corners, there's treatments and fencing in that regard. I think there should be a similar treatment. The existing water and sewer supply allocation for this development. I've been advised by some local residents that water pressure is not ideal, and will this development lessen the pressure we currently have? The developer states that either way they may have individual pumps for each home, sanitary service construction, or a forced sanitary sewer main with pumping station. This may be a maintenance nightmare for homeowners, especially if there's an electrical failure for whoever got the powered ones. If it's a forced main, that may create a maintenance liability for the town, given that we see two pumping stations already on Vandorf that are currently being serviced or continually being serviced. Once a final plan is agreed on, how is the overall construction noise, dump trucks, construction-related vehicles, parking, inconvenience going to affect the existing residents? This came up. Local residents have enjoyed the peace and quiet. This is going to be 2 to 3 years of an upheaval. How's the town going to deal with this to ensure that some sense of stability for the existing residents? Bottom line, and I'm just about finished, this Rackham Packham development is too dense. It should be reduced to a minimum of what the Brookfield Timberlane development was reduced to, 30% perhaps. By reducing the numbers, the traffic issues will lessen, although a second access would still make a lot of sense. By reducing the numbers, the environmental issues should also lessen. However, with today's less predictable weather, the stormwater runoff may remain an issue, as well as the potential for issues with wastewater, pumping, loss of green space, and intrusion to the natural areas to the west. Members of staff and council, I ask, please hear our concerns and give us your support. 2 quick questions. Can our existing hydro handle what's going in there? We've had a few blackouts in the last couple of weeks. Haven't had too many way back when, but now we've starting to have some. Is the hydro sufficient? And quick question, OPA 34 Monkman Court was included in the boundary, but not Archer Hill. Can I ask why? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public for a second time? I can just get
My
you.
name is John Greenhoff of Falconwood Estates. I'd just like to say, everyone here appreciates the work the town, the council, planning department do. This has been a valuable exercise. We've heard what the developer has said and what he is and she are proposing, but somewhere in the piece, the developer has to talk to the people in the immediate surrounds. We have had success in the past of talking directly to the developer, getting our points across, but that doesn't seem to be on the agenda. We're reasonable people. We know development has to occur. We're not against development. We know the Ontario rules are changing on density, but we want some accommodation, as others have said here this evening. So we would urge whoever to urge the developer to get into some consultation with the homes in the immediate surrounds. Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Any other members of the public for a second time? Klaus?
For the opportunity, I would like to get more specific. Are you, as the town, able to enforce basically the green development standards that you have just put on the books in this context? Can you work with those development standards with this development, or is there grandfathering involved or something like that? That's a question.
I'll get to that. Oh, okay. Thank you, Klaus. Any other members of the public? Second time? Or first? No? Mr. Romano? I had three. So the existing hydro, that one was brought up.
Yep. And again, we certainly, we circulate to our public utilities as well. So we made a note of that. I think I've heard storm water runoff. Again, there's a stormwater management plan that's been submitted, and we have our engineering standards that they need to comply with respect to ensuring that the post flows match the pre-development flows. The other question was from Mr. Jones, why Archer Hill wasn't included in OPA 34. That's the Young Street South Secondary Plan. I think that goes back to 99. Archer Hill was a site-specific state residential subdivision. In my understanding, and I know OPA 34 pretty well, the northern boundary was Vandorf. And I think, Archer Hill wasn't included. That had its own site-specific amendment as a state residential. So Vandorf was the northern boundary there.
Thank you, sir. And then the green development standards, which we just put in implemented, can that be put into this application?
Absolutely. Council just approved the first phase of the green development standards just a couple of weeks ago. And even when we had the draft, we were circulating that to all applicants. So yes, they will need to comply to the recently approved green development standards.
Thank you. Any members of the public for a third time? No? Council and members of the public, I'm going to close the open part of this meeting. Council, the recommendation in front of us is that the report number PDS 22-083 be received. 2, that the comments presented at the public planning meeting be addressed by Planning and Development Services in a report to a future general committee meeting. Someone want to move that, or did someone want to move anything else? Councilor Humphries?
I'd like to change to a future public planning meeting. It's no way we're ready to come to GC. I don't know if I have support around the table for that.
That's what you want to move. Someone like to second that? Councilor Thompson? So comments, questions to the applicant or to the report? Councilor Humphries?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really appreciate the residents coming tonight. So, we speak from my heart, a little shocked at this proposal. I love Archer Hill Court. I knew some people that live there in the rolling hills and the beautiful estate lots. To me, it's such a shame. I'm gonna say this is a comment, but not a question. Are all those houses sold already? Everyone sold their houses there? Okay, so shocked. I'm just shocked. It's a beautiful, beautiful location, and I guess that's what happens. Just a couple of things that really stood out to me, Mr. Mayor. One is I really appreciate that the resident asked, why isn't the developer working with the residents? Really important. I think if there's a two-way conversation, particular with this massive change, that there has to be lots of communication. So hopefully through staff support, I know Mr. Muno has done several of these before and helped facilitate, that maybe we can have some discussion between the residents and the developer, so that there's some concerns, there's a two-way conversation, there's perhaps some alignment agreement. For sure, it's way too dense. It's shockingly dense, and at least 30 to 40% reduction, if not more. I would really appreciate the developer just taking those homes and making them more beautiful and sell them. But if that can happen, I mean, the developer heard, and I know Angela, very good. You've done a lot of work for us. And I think you can do a lot of great work with the residents to really make a difference. I know I have faith in that. So if we can come back with some really great changes, with some communication between yourselves, the developer and the residents, I know we can get somewhere, hopefully, that people will feel comforted. These are just comments, Mr. Mayor. one last one, or a couple of last ones, the enforcement of the green development. Absolutely, that's a standard. We've just implemented it. We're council. We own it to our residents and ourselves. We believe in it. So it's going to be something that we have to hold our development accountable to. There was a question about protected species. I know that someone like Klaus and some of the other very strong environmentalists within our town would be quite interested in understanding what we'd be, affected by that. But bottom line, I think there's a lot of opportunities to have some discussions, some work together. And I really would love to see a development come back that we can we can have a discussion around. Oh, one last comment through Mr. Mayor. The soundproofing fence, is that part of the right now to Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Runoff? Is that something that's already been included in the
Mr. Romano?
Yeah, certainly because the future proposed residential abuts that regional road, they'll have to do prepared a noise study, and noise mitigation barrier, a sound wall may be required.
Okay.
Counselor?
Thank you. Just to Mr. Mayor, we don't have one now. I don't know why we'd want it. We just leave the green land if we can. We're tolerating the noise now in those state lots. Hopefully we won't have to. I'm putting a big wall there. It's just not attractive, and we try to keep some more green space. But that's it for me. I'm looking forward to another productive public planning session. And hopefully by then there's been some great communication between our developer and our residents that we can take a look at the next steps for sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gartner, then Councillor Gallo, and then Councillor Kemps. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I do have a question to the applicant, if they can come to the podium.
Yep. Angela? Yeah.
I just wanted to get clarification from you, if you can. You spoke to a community information meeting that was held on January 20th, 2022. I'm sure you heard a lot of the same feedback we heard tonight. What changes were made to the application as a direct result of that community input?
Angela?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the changes focused on the park. We actually really spent a considerable amount of time having discussions and meetings with town staff with respect to the park. There were not a lot of other changes, only for the reason that we wanted to wait for the public meeting and then get all the revisions, all the comments together. And then if we needed to make any substantial revisions at that point, we were going to do it then. But between the community information meeting and now, our focus was really on the park. We've had site meetings and sketches and things going back and forth with staff. So.
Councilor.
Thank you. Through you to the applicant. Then it would be fair to assume that the density really hasn't changed since that community meeting.
That is correct.
Thank you. So just a couple comments. Certainly thank you very much. You can sit down. I think the residents have done a great job in communicating and voicing their concerns, and I echo a lot of them. I certainly, would emphasize the exercise we went through with Timberlane. It was referenced earlier. There was a situation in some ways similar to this one, whereby when it was first presented, there was general opposition to it, but yet, the applicant worked diligently with a lot of the residents in the area, made multiple meetings, conversations, and in the end came up with a proposal that most, not all, but most supported, and they came forward. And so, I've always viewed that as a bit of a success story. And certainly I urge the applicant to sit down with the residents in the area to try and come to a compromise whereby they can be supportive of your application and we have a win-win situation. In terms of the comments and concerns expressed, I certainly agree with a number of them, but specifically the density. OPA 34 was referenced, and while this area, Archer Hill, sits on the boundary of OPA 34, the intent of OPA 34 was to try and maintain some of the character and consistency of the area, and the development was limited to 2 units per acre, as council knows. Now, I know over the years it's strayed from that, but for the most part, the developments in there have been between 3 and 4 units per acre. Monkman Court and the other developments that were identified in and around the area, south and to the east and west, certainly adhere to that. And when we talk about compatibility and suitability, I think those are the numbers that I'm looking for. I would like to see that significant reduction in the density to align with what's in the area. And while I don't have the figures in front of me, I would assume that if you look at, in general, the density, probably most of those properties are between 3 and 4 units an acre. And I think that that's the target that hopefully the applicant is willing to work with the residents to achieve, so that we have something that is compatible and suitable and addresses all the other concerns. But I just wanted to speak to the density. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the consultant, could you please explain what you mean by EP lands, environmental protection lands are not in public ownership?
Angela.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when OPA 61 was approved, it was prior to the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan. So there was no separation of natural environment, like natural heritage features. Everything was contained within the subdivision. Since that time, with the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, those features are significant. So the intent is to, on the west side, there is woodland that is within private ownership. So any of those residents at this point in time could have gone in and taken their trees down and leveled it. There was no control over that. But it is contiguous to the Vandorf woodlot. It's considered significant, and the Conservation Authority has identified as a significant woodlot. So that would be preserved, rezoned to EP. There would be a 10-meter buffer associated with that, and those lands would be conveyed to the town. On the northeast side is same situation. There's a wetland, designated wetland, and it's been identified by the Conservation Authority. It's detailed extensively in the environmental impact study, and those lands are to be conveyed, and a 30-meter buffer is required as per the ORMCP policies. So the feature plus the buffer gets conveyed to the municipality. So they would be taken out of private ownership into public ownership and would then be protected. And the zoning would correspond with that, obviously.
Councillor.
Thank you very much. And we do see that on one of our maps, on our zoning map. How many units per acre would you say this subdivision plans?
Angela, if you have it, if not, I'll ask Mr. Ramuno.
I don't have it off the
Mr.
top of
Ramuno,
my
do you
head,
have
but
that?
So the entire site is just over 30 acres. So it's probably closer to 5 units per acre
Councillor.
on a gross basis.
And on a net basis without the environmental lands?
Mr. Ramuno.
You have to give me a minute just to, if I can ask Sean for the EPA amount.
Yep. Sean.
You can answer that later. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor. Yep.
I don't think that,
When they give me the number, I'll let you know. So go ahead.
yeah, great, thank you. So, coming back to this issue of stable neighborhood and compatible, quite familiar with this topic. I find it very hard to have anyone say that this proposed subdivision is compatible in any way with the surrounding subdivisions. It's no wonder that the residents are upset, and they're upset for many reasons, and all of the questions need to be answered, including the one about water. But I find it hard to believe that this is actually before us. So could I have some rationale from the planning department? This is so outside of what we planned to see in this area. I'd just like some rationale why this is even before us.
Mr. Romano?
Well, the simple answer for that is the principle of land use being stable neighborhood. Settlement area under the Oak Ridges Moraine, applicants are allowed to submit planning applications, and there's a process under the Planning Act. Again, it's just a rezoning and draft plan of subdivision application. Our current official plan, the stable neighborhood designation, permits ground-related uses within settlement areas and development lands. So this is a process that we're required to follow.
Counselor?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, Mr. Muno, anybody can come in and make any kind of a proposal on land that's ER, state residential, and has very specific policy. Anybody can come in and propose anything, and we're obliged to bring it to a public planning meeting.
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not exactly that straightforward. The applicants were required to meet with staff, meet with the Region Conservation Authority, stake out the site, and submitted a complete application with a vast range of supporting documents. So they've gone through that process. And again, they've identified, these lands are identified as a good portion of the 30 acres as developable.
Counselor?
I find this, I don't know what can be changed, Mr. Muno. I look forward to hearing from you. What could be changed in this process? We've caused a lot of angst and frustration with many residents in this area who are quite familiar with what the plan is for this area, what the state residential requires. And as Councillor Thompson said, we have gone from 2 units per acre to maybe 4 in some areas, but 3 or 4 in some areas. But that's been quite a fight and quite a process. I just think that perhaps there could be something done in the planning department that could prevent something that is so inappropriate from being presented at a public planning meeting and giving all of us really, in my opinion, a lot of unnecessary trouble and frustration. Thank you. Do you have the count on the net developable?
It's just about to ask. Sean, do you have that number?
So, yeah, no, I think I found it. And Sean, you can jump in. So, I mean, as I mentioned, the overall acreage is 31. The open space blocks along, as Angela mentioned, the wetland feature along the northeastern boundary and along the western boundary, the woodland area adds up to about 8 acres. So, you know, my calculation, 23 net developable, just do the simple math, that works out to just slightly over 6 units per 6.3 units per hectare as proposed.
Per acre. Per acre.
Thank you. We've got a long way to go
Correct.
on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gow?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming on and expressing your opinions. I quite enjoy former Mayor Tim Jones on that side of the podium and us on this side of the podium. We go back a long way when it was reversed. I wrote down notes on everyone's concerns, and halfway through I had to do an acronym for D&T in terms of density and traffic, which clearly has stood out as an issue. There are many concerns to this application. I did want to hear, first off, through you, Mr. Mayor, to maybe Mr. Ramuno, on if we move forward with the resolution that's before us, what type of timeline would the next public planning meeting be?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're looking at the sometime in early 2023.
Counselor?
That's what I suspected. So I guess there's 2 parts to that. First off, as you may or may not know, there'll be election in between now and then, and we'll be having a ward system. So just between me and you might want to lobby whoever's running in that ward. But secondly, maybe more importantly, through you to the developer's representative, considering that length of time and that complete application was received August 4th, and right now the developer has every right to appeal to the OLT. Is it your intent, based on what you've heard and maybe your ability to reach out to the community and make some compromises to move forward to that next planning meeting and try to find a middle ground? Or is it your intent to go to the OLT? You may not want to answer that, but I think in good faith and to hear.
Angela, did you want to answer that? Sure.
You, Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly not going to tell you we're appealing tomorrow. But I mean, as you know, we haven't had this discussion. I'll be perfectly honest with you. So it's my understanding that we will continue to work with the residents. We did have, as I said, the community information meeting, which was hosted by Treasure Hill, was not required. So that was something that the owners had initiated for that specific reason to hear their comments. So without having spoken to my client, I would believe that they would like to continue to work with the residents. And you know, disappointing, obviously, that we'd have to wait till 2023, but we certainly understand the circumstances with the elections.
Thank you,
I
Councillor.
hope that answers the question.
Thank you. And that's encouraging to hear, because I think we can all agree that everyone who spoke was willing to find some middle ground or a compromise or something better than what's before us. So it's encouraging to hear that door is still open. I didn't hear anyone say, no, we don't want development there at all. I think just in terms of the slide deck that that was presented by the consultant, we had half of it in the public record, but I noticed a whole bunch of slides at the end that weren't part of the public record, specifically the ones comparing densities amongst the other. Is it possible to share that either publicly or to us, or put it on the agenda?
Sherman, we get that?
Certainly, I don't think that's a problem.
Councillor?
The reason I asked that is because normally, and I didn't see it here, what I would have liked to have seen is, because density seems to be the biggest issue, is the typical chart that we see where we see what's there, we see what's allowed to go there, and then we see what's proposed, and then we have a comparison. To me tonight, that would have been a big help in terms of gauging how close or how far off, either obviously it's far off from what's existing, but what's allowable compared to what they're proposing. So obviously for the next round, that's something that I think should be addressed and made extremely clear. That's it for me. So thanks everyone for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, knowing some of you out there from the general community, and I know many of you have lived in this neighborhood for decades, and it's very unfortunate that you have to come out here and fight for your neighborhood, so to speak. You know, my surprise is that I still see a whole slew of items here that are outstanding, and that and that the developer hasn't addressed some of these items before even coming to public planning. You know, things that were discussed were, you know, the aquifers, the water pressure, because I do know that and have experienced when you do have a higher density, it does impact the neighborhoods surrounding it. So certainly that's no small item. It's also, you know, staff have mentioned, and developers representative mentioned that they're also talking to the region about an access point off of Bayview. So discussions such as that, which is a large one and a long one when you have to discuss that with the region, it takes a lot of time, and that should have been resolved and the option made available prior to coming to public planning. So there are many items here that I consider large issues that haven't been resolved. And we do know that the developer can go to the OLT at any point, but I find that the best neighborhoods, the best developments have been those where the community and the developer have partnered together to form an excellent community, a community where the developer can stand proud and say 10, 20 years later, this is my neighborhood. And the residents there would be proud of their developer and their neighborhood. And I know the developer's representative said that they were working in partnership with the community, but in January, all the concerns that the community raised, as she mentioned, really other than one item, nothing was really responded to. And to say that one wants to make those substantive changes after public planning leading into general committee, we all know, having gone through this for many years, that all the substantive changes should be made and must be made prior to public planning. We're only looking at tinkering aspects, small aspects that were changes that we look for before we move to general committee. So, for those reasons, I would support the recommendation that this comes back to a future public planning. And I think the 6 months we have until the end of the year, approaching the new year, I think that's sufficient time. And if Treasure Hill is true to their word that they want to partner with the community and the town, that you have ample opportunity to now hear the voice of council as well as the community, and to make these substantive changes before they come to the next public planning. And I assure you that once those changes have been made and you've partnered with the community, that at the GC meeting, which won't have to be long, we can have a winning result for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner, do you have your hand up for a second time?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And following on Councillor Kim's comment, Councillor Gallo and I have inquired about this in the past, about complete applications. It seems to me that applications would come to council in very much the way that Councillor Kim has suggested, so that we would have much smaller changes to address. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Muno. Mr. Muno, is there a reason why these, I think in your time as well here, why these reports come to us with so many large issues that need solving at the council table in a public planning meeting?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have received a complete application, and that's why we're here. Again, as I mentioned, it's a very rigorous process laid out by the Planning Act. We have a complete application process laid out in our official plan as approved by council. So this is a fairly typical process. We have received a variety of all the background studies that are required. And I'm not going to say that all the issues have been resolved, but I think some of those issues that are being addressed in some of those background studies and currently under review. But the point of coming to a public planning meeting at an early stage in the process is for this very purpose, to get the feedback from members of council and the community, because there are other issues that are raised that we may not be aware of, and we heard a couple this evening. And so we take that all in, and before we come back, based on council's direction, whether it's to another public planning meeting or to a GC meeting, we'll have all those issues and comments and answers addressed in the future report.
Okay, Councillor.
So thank you, Mr. Muno. So in response to Councillor Kim's comment on this and the past ones of Councillor Gallo and I, this is just the way it is, and this is just the way it is.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to ask that you stay on topic, which is the application. I know that we're having a discussion about the actual policy right now. We're getting more into policy and procedure. So I would just ask that we stay on the actual application. And we can absolutely, we can have these discussions about the procedure that public planning takes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When would you suggest we would have those, if not at a public planning meeting?
Well, I would suggest that.
I'll just leave.
I would
that,
suggest, Councillor, that you bring, proper procedure. You'd bring a notice of motion regarding looking at changing procedure when it comes to public planning meetings.
Thank you, Mr.
An
Mayor.
OP review.
It just comes up a lot.
No, absolutely. I agree with you, but we need to finish the discussion on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm not in a very good mood tonight because I've had my last cataract surgery today, and I'm not pleased that I have to be at this meeting, especially when there are, in this case, so many outstanding issues, and the following one as well. With respect to a comment in the report, it said that there were a lot of comments against, or that there were comments against, and there were comments for. Could I please know from planning staff how many comments we received against and how many we received in support? And of that one in support, was that someone from the neighborhood?
Mr. Ramuno or Sean, do you have that number?
Just before Sean jumps in again, these are the comments we received as of the writing of the report a couple of weeks ago. But since that time, I'm sure we received additional comments and we'll continue to receive comments. Sean, do you have the numbers?
I don't have the exact number. As Mr. Ramuno mentioned, we were receiving comments yesterday as late as into the afternoon. So unfortunately, I don't have the exact number.
Thank you.
I can say that there were more comments objecting than there were in support, if that's helpful information for you.
Councillor?
Well, that's what I would have assumed. Thank you, Mr. LaPena. When this comes back to the next public planning meeting, perhaps we can have a complete tally on that. I think that's all that I have to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? So going through this application, I mean, first of all, to the members of the public, as I mentioned, thank you for coming out. I don't know if it's the most enjoyable time, but I think that we all do appreciate public planning because we do get to see you. You get to come out here and we get to hear from you. And it's a direct connection. But the comments that we're hearing, absolutely. More trail connections we need. Bayview access, traffic concerns, bigger park areas. But I think the biggest one is the density. And we've heard it time and time again. The fact that, and I'll use former Mayor Jones's comment, rack 'em and pack 'em. Aurora is unique, and we talk about how unique Aurora is, and I hate to put down any other community, but we're not Richmond Hill, we're not Newmarket, and there's a reason why we're a desirable place to live, and that reason is that we're not overpopulated, and we're not overdeveloped. And I think that, when we have these applications come before us, we always ask the applicant to work with us, to work with the community, to work with the residents, work with council, with town staff, to come to a conclusion where it's something that's compatible, that fits, that's appropriate for the area. And that's the type of developments that we encourage, that we expect in our community. And, what's being presented, I'm hearing from my council colleagues, I'm hearing from the public, that it's not appropriate as it's being presented today. And there needs to be lots more work done. I do know that Treasure Hill has done a lot of work in our community. And I'm encouraged by hearing the comments that they're glad to sit down with the residents and have those conversations. And I'm hopeful that we'll sit down together and we'll continue to work through this because I know that they're a good community partner and they will do that. And I expect to see something totally different come the next public planning meeting. that's something that works and is compatible for all of us, and that we as residents of the town and as council can get behind, and we can say, let's move forward with this. So, yeah, I'll be happy to support this going back to another public planning meeting. I encourage Treasure Hill to sit down with the community, have that meaningful, extensive conversations with the members of the public, with our staff. And obviously, if you want to reach out to any member of council, please do. And let's continue to have those conversations so we can all have a win on this. We can have something that continues to make our community unique, special, the place that we all love to live in. So thank you, everyone. And with that, I will call the vote. Who's left? Oh, that carries unanimously. So everyone, just let you know, if you want to stay informed, please fill out that green sheet. All we did, we'll be having another public planning meeting. Anyone that's filled out the green sheet will be informed. Okay. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming out. Yeah. Council, we're going to take our health break. 10 minutes. It's always 10 minutes. Council. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Clerk, just need you to, hold on a second here. Need you to confirm the notification as required by the Planning Act for the second item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting item 5.2, applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, 2697331 Ontario Inc., 1289 Wellington Street East. File numbers are OPA-2022-02 and ZBA 2022-02. On May 26, 2022, a notice of public planning meeting was published in the Auroran and Aurora Banner newspapers, and notices were mailed to all addressed property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. A notice of public planning meeting sign was also posted on the subject lands. Public notification has been provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Ramuno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask Rosanna Punit, our planner, to provide an overview of the applications. Then the applicant's planning consultant from Groundswell Planning, I think it's Mr. Heath Patel Sharp, will have a presentation on behalf of the applicant. Rosanna?
Thank you. Rosanna.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. We are here this evening to discuss this evening for the statutory public meeting for 1289 Wellington Street East, particularly the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications before you. The subject lands are located on the southwest corner of Wellington Street East and Leslie Street. The subject lands are irregular in shape, with frontages along Wellington as well as Leslie Street. The subject lands have a total land area of approximately 14.47 acres, which is equivalent to 5.86 hectares. The lands are currently vacant. No structures are on the property at this time. However, the lands do have areas of vegetation, woodland, wetlands, and a watercourse. The surrounding land uses for this property: to the north, we have Wellington Street East, a low-density residential, a gas station, and the Aurora Recreation Complex. To the south, we have low-density residential, as well as a golf course. To the east is Leslie Street. There is a gas station, as well as a business park area. To the west, we have some low-density residential. The existing official plan designation on these lands is currently business park. It allows for employment uses. Currently, the York Region official plan is under review. This is also known as the Municipal Comprehensive Review process. As part of the York Region MCR process, Municipal Comprehensive Review, the lands are not intended to be maintained as employment. Through the Regional Official Plan process, the update process, the subject lands are presently drafted as community area. The linear and other open space designation exists on the property due to the existing woodland feature and water feature present on the lands. This subject linear and open space designation will further be refined subject to the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority review and comment. Thank you. The subject lands currently have a rural residential designation, as shown on the figure. The site plan shown before you is the proposal that the applicant has. This is the site plan showing a total of 578 residential units on the subject lands. 519 apartment units, as well as 12 townhouse blocks consisting of 59 units. The applications for zoning bylaw amendments and official plan amendment are required to facilitate the proposal. The proposed official plan that is being reviewed is medium-high density residential designation. This will permit the apartment designation and the townhouse development. The amendment also requests a site-specific policy to include permitted uses for apartment and townhouse specifically. The maximum net density proposed is 161 units per hectare. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would redesignate the lands from RU ORM to townhouse dwelling residential exception zone and second density apartment residential with also an exception zone, in addition to the refined areas environmental protection. Final zoning performance standards will be evaluated by staff in detail prior to the implementing zoning bylaw amendment being brought forward to council for enactment. The proposed application will be reviewed in the context of all provincial, regional, and municipal policy documents as listed on this slide. Additional matters will be addressed in the processing of the application. Some of the considerations that have come up so far are the appropriateness of the proposal, trail connectivity being required as part of the trails master plan, in addition to cash in lieu. A final recommendation report will be brought forward to council once all these items are resolved. All public comments will be addressed in a final recommendation report. To date, the following comments have come before staff. Change of the residential use, this should remain commercial. Traffic congestion, flooding concerns at the intersection of Leslie and Wellington, removal of wildlife habitat, and tree removals. The next steps for the application is that staff will take comments from tonight's discussion and provide council with a recommendation report in the future at a general committee meeting. And this concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Rosanna. Mr. Romero, the applicant, are they online or are they
online?
They're online. Mr. Clerk, you there? Mr. Patel Sharp.
Good
There we go.
evening.
We see you. Good evening.
I will just bring up the presentation here.
Sure.
Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council and members of public. My name is Heath Patel Sharp and I'm a planner with Groundswell Urban Planners, who are the agent and land use planning consultant for the applicant and owner of this site. I am joined here tonight by Brad Rogers of Groundswell, along with Rick Hubbard of GEI Savanta and the owners of the site as well. Rosanna has already done a good job of providing an overall site context for this area, and given the time that we're at, I won't go into detail in repeating what she has said, but I guess based on the figure that you see before you today, I'd just like to flag that the red line that is shown on the aerial above represents the proposed limit of development that is associated with the proposal before you. This limit of development has also been dimensioned from the closest area of the proposed built form to show a separation distance of approximately 70 meters from the existing dwellings to the west and a buffer of approximately 98 meters to the edge of the golf course to the south. Establishing this limit of development was extremely important, along with establishing the limit of natural features on the property. And this was done so quite early on in the project. It included undertaking feature staking of the woodlands and wetlands with the LSRCA, in May and June of 2021. From there, GEI Savanta, the environmental consultant for this project, made 2 technical submissions to the LSRCA on this proposed limit of development in September and November for their review. And LSRCA staff confirmed that they were largely in agreement with this limit of development in December of 2021, subject to obviously the potential refinement of the limits through this planning application process. A comprehensive EIS and scoped natural heritage evaluation was prepared by Savanta in support of this development and was included as part of these applications. So here we have a figure showing the surrounding context of the site. Again, Rosanna did give a good overview of what is adjacent to the property and surrounding the property here. We do note that obviously there are existing areas of low density residential to the west in the Adena View subdivision and to the south in the Arena Meadows development, part of the Magna Golf Club. We certainly took this into account when we were considering how to interface these communities with the transition of densities and the opportunities for both visual and physical buffers and separation through the existing natural features on our site. Here we just have a figure flagging some of the key considerations that we observed as part of developing the plan for this site. This included what is shown marked as number 1 being the 2 existing adjacent access points that offer logical connections and intersections for future development of this site. Number 2 being the site's gateway corner location at the intersection of Wellington and Leslie. 3 being the site's major frontages onto these 2 major roadways. Number 4 being the site's proximity to the existing commercial and retail uses to the north and northeast as part of the Smart Centres development, as well as the proximity to the recreational complex immediately to the north of us. And number 6 clearly identifies that we have the natural heritage features on the site, and they were certainly an important opportunity for consideration for future development here as well. Again, Rosanna has given us an overview of the applications before you, so I won't repeat those in detail. And here we have the site plan for the proposed development. In the blue, we have 3 apartment buildings with a maximum height of 7 stories. These then step down at each end of each building to 4 stories, with a total of 500 units contained within these buildings. We'd also like to note that initially, as part of this first submission, we did submit a plan that showed apartment buildings that only step down the heights at the southern end of building C and the western end of building A. And this plan contemplated 541 units. However, shortly after submission, we undertook some immediate consultation and a decision was made to step down the heights of all buildings at both ends, as shown today. This also resulted in a reduction of 22 units from the apartment buildings. In the orange, we have 12 townhouse blocks with a total of 59 units. The 2 blocks located further to the northeast are supplied by underground parking, and the remaining blocks include 4 parking spaces each, with each unit having a 2-car garage and 2 off-street driveway spaces. The plan also identifies 3 parkettes that are spread throughout the development. The densities that we've tried to achieve on this plan have sought to improve the housing supply, as well as also providing improved diversity in housing options to offer housing for households at differing stages in life. We've done this by achieving apartment units that will be in a range of sizes and configurations, as well as townhouse units that will range from approximately 2,300 square feet up to 3,200 square feet. Here we have the second underground parking level. I touched on the parking briefly before, but I'd just like to confirm that we're proposing a total of 1,041 parking spaces, with 837 of those spaces are for the apartment buildings and the 2 townhouse blocks without the surface garages, and 204 spaces are proposed for the balance of the townhouse blocks within their 2-car garages and driveways. Here we have the the P1 level above P2, and that just shows in the orange, the basement levels of the townhouse buildings, and in blue, the basement level of the apartment buildings as well. Here we have a circulation network diagram that was prepared as part of our urban design brief. The development is serviced by 2 access points, one along Leslie and one along Wellington. The location of each of these connections was determined specifically by aligning with those existing intersections, with the Leslie Street connection aligning with Dunhillock Drive to the east, and the Wellington Street connection aligning with the driveway to the Recreation Centre to the north. The development at this time is proposed to be condominium in tenure. So shown in blue is the future Street A, and that connects these 2 site accesses. And there is proposed to be a gatehouse at each end to restrict vehicle traffic to residents and visitors. I'd just like to touch quickly on the urban design guidelines that were brought on by the town as part of this secondary plan area, where this property is specifically identified as a secondary gateway. The town's urban design guidelines state that buildings over 4 stories can be considered, and up to 7 stories can be placed at these gateway locations. The guidelines also speak to providing smaller setbacks to help frame the streets. So the plan that we have prepared has provided for 3-meter setbacks for these apartment buildings to enhance the pedestrian realm and street presence. As part of this OPA and zoning submission through the town, we went before their design review panel. As part of the discussion with the design review panel, they did note that increases in height up to 10 to 12 stories could be appropriate for these lands, given the prominence of this location. However, the applicant has taken these comments into consideration, but has continued to proceed with the maximum 7-story height before you today. Here we have the landscape plan for the development. At this stage, it's certainly conceptual, but shows the opportunities for extensive planting and vegetation throughout the site. The plan also shows the natural buffer that's being retained along the western edge of the property, which not only buffers the neighbouring properties, but also provides for a naturalised area that we are proposing a trail connection through that's in keeping with the objectives of the town's trail master plan. We see this as a great opportunity for a public trail connection through the site to link the business park to the east and up to the recreation complex and trail system to the north of Wellington. Here we have a rendering of the development looking at the corner of Leslie and Wellington. You can see the design is primarily focused on this gateway location and the intersection as it wraps around the corner. The architect has designed this building with different materials and color palettes to break up the massing of the building. And as you can see, the facades of the building also integrate some tiering of the stories through different balcony designs as well. Here we have another rendering looking across the site that clearly shows the stepping down of heights at the end of each of the apartment buildings, as well as conceptually showing the opportunity for green roofs on the development as well. Here we have an internal view to the east that shows the design of the townhouse blocks and how they're integrated within the overall context of the development and provide for a transition moving east up to the tall apartment built forms. And here we have some elevations submitted for the apartment buildings. As well as elevations for the townhouse blocks as well. Again, I'd like to thank Mayor, members of council, members of the public and staff attending this evening. As I mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague, Brad Rogers, along with Rick Hubbard of Savanta and the owners, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. We see this site as an opportunity to promote opportunities for intensification and redevelopment toward the provincial and regional growth targets. We see this as an opportunity to revitalize an underutilized site within an area that can accommodate the increased density. And we look forward to council their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, I'll ask if there are any members of the public that would like to come up and make any comments or questions. Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
It's good to be here in person. I've delegated many times, and it's good to see everybody in person. Good evening, Mayor Maracas, councillors, staff, and everyone. My name is George Skoulikas, and I have been a resident of Aurora for 24 years. I read the staff report, and I'm very concerned about and perplexed by the numerous unsupported statements made by the Municipal Comprehensive Review, or MCR. Tonight, I would like to address the MCR process. Many of you know, to accommodate future population and employment growth to the year 2051, York Region has been proactively engaging regional council, the community, local communities, Indigenous communities, and stakeholders on the update of the regional official plan through a process called Municipal Comprehensive Review, or MCR. The growth plan and provincial policy statement require municipalities to plan for employment by ensuring land is available in appropriate locations to accommodate employment to 2041 and beyond. This includes a new requirement to designate employment areas in the regional official plan and assess site-specific requests for employment area conversions. As a result, the very first step in the MCR process includes property owners to request to convert lands in designated employment areas. Currently, the subject site is designated business park and linear and other open space on Schedule A of the OP through OPA 30. It has been acknowledged by the applicant's report and by regional staff that conversion of the subject site lands from employment to non-employment land use, in this case mixed residential, must be approved by regional council through an MCR process prior to final approval of the planning application. It is worth noting that the primary criteria for evaluating land conversions in Ontario came from the growth plan. The growth plan identifies 5 criteria for assessing employment land conversions, and York Region has introduced an additional 9 criteria for a total of 14. The land conversion of the MCR exercise is a rigorous process which takes almost 3 years to complete. So I was very surprised and confused when I read that the staff report that as part of the York Region's MCR process under review, the lands are not intended to be maintained as employment through the MCR and regional official plan update process. First of all, the words under review suggest that it's still in progress, when in fact, York Region long-range planning staff have already recently confirmed that the employment land use conversion process was finalized last year and no further adjustments are contemplated. Furthermore, according to the York Region website, the MCR process was completed in October 2021. Secondly, the statement that the lands are not intended to be maintained as employment is contrary to the region's email of January 14, 2021, responding to the pre-application consultation meeting on 1289 Wellington Street, subject site, where staff are quoted as saying the following: the conversion of employment lands to non-employment land uses is not permitted as per policy 4.3.8, York Region official plan. As per policy 4.3.9, conversions of employment lands to non-employment uses may only be considered at the time of the Municipal Comprehensive Review, or the MCR, which is currently underway. The deadline to submit a request for conversion was November 29, 2019. And submissions received after November 29 will need to be referred to the next MCR. York Region recently, by recently they mean back in 2019, they endorsed 24 employment land conversions requests. The request for conversion on the subject lands was withdrawn, and the site is still considered employment lands. This is in reference to 1289 Wellington Street East. Furthermore, Aurora's OP review consultants SGL identified 1289 Wellington Street as employment lands in their November 2021 OPR document. The planning department has omitted from the staff report critical York Region comments that the deadline for employment land conversions has already passed, and any consideration for more land conversions will have to wait until the next MCR, the earliest in 5 years, if requested by regional council.
George, if I could just get you to wrap up.
Conclusion.
Yep.
Thank you. In conclusion, given the evidence provided herein, coupled with the region's 3-year MCR process now completed, meaning that the region will not be approving any more land conversions until the next MCR, it renders the applicant's request for land conversion outside the MCR process, which is prohibited. In my opinion, this application request is premature. As a result, at this time, Aurora Council has no option but to deny the proposed OP and zoning bylaw amendments to 1289 Wellington Street. So the question needs to be asked, what are we doing here tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any other members of the public? Any other members of the public? Klaus, if I can just get you to state your name again?
Yeah, Klaus Wernberg, Aurora. The subject to what just has been stated here, if that is factual, then I will have to say maybe my remarks would be redundant as well. But I would like to have an opportunity to review this application relative to the Trails Master Plan. I have not had an opportunity to look at the documents and so on. So I'm just stating at this point that I have an interest in this. But when I listen to the gentleman, maybe you have a problem that I can't solve anyway. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Any other members of the public? Good evening. If I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alan Benlolo. I live on Serona Lane, just to the south of the proposed lands. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for hearing our concerns tonight. I am glad to see a developer has purchased the southwest corner of Leslie and Wellington, which since I moved to Aurora in 2010 has been an empty, unkept, ugly field that I pass by daily. I believe Aurora has moved past the days of empty, unkept fields and needs to move forward with development. And the need for housing and business grows as well. But, and there is a but, over the years, I've watched both sides of Wellington Street between Bayview and Leslie Street get developed. It's currently going on now as we speak at the corner of Wellington Street and Stronach Boulevard, which I'm glad to see. But most importantly, they have been developed into single detached homes and stacked towns, not apartment buildings. I moved to Aurora from Thornhill for a bigger piece of land in a less dense town. And I built my house on a 2-acre parcel of land. And like all of the homes in the Adena Meadows community, which is just south of the proposal, are all on 2 acres of land, one house per 2 acres. My obvious concern is that apartment buildings do not fit into this part of Aurora, as well the number of units per acre. 3 to 4 units per acre, I believe the council Min said, is what he would like to see. This current site is about 10 acres, I believe, developable with approximately 650 units. So by my calculation, and I think 80, 90 per hectare, which is about 60, 50, even 70, 80 units per acre, which if people are concerned about the 3 to 4 acres over on Van Dorf, how do they feel about 60 units per acre at the corner of Leslie and Wellington? It's about 14 times what the councilman said is an acceptable level he would like to see. If I'm correct, this proposal was being made by an Ontario corporation, but the parent company of the Ontario corporation is a development company called Trillian, something like that, I believe. For those who don't know, Trillian has been buying up a lot of the property along Wellington Street. Their first purchase was the Magna Corporation head office. Their next purchase was the 1289 Wellington Street. Their next purchase was the entire Magna Golf Club. And their most recent purchase was these factories that are off of Stronach Boulevard on Wellington Street as well. I believe this is a test run by Trillian. If they can, the Trillian is a condo developer by their website. They have developments in Markham. They have developments along the 401 corridor by Scarborough Town Center. They like to build larger developments. I get it. That's great. But that's not Aurora. If this proposal goes through and they're able to build 7-story apartment buildings at the corner of Leslie Wellington Street, Aurora's finished. That Wellington corridor, Wellington, Vandorf, Leslie and Bayview, which they own all of it, not some of it, they own most of it, will all be apartment buildings, condos, dense, dense, dense. And this is a trial run. And that's why it must be obviously rejected. We saw some renderings of the proposed site being considered, and it reminds me of something I see at the corner of Avenue Road in Lawrence, which is in the heart of Toronto. That's not Aurora. We don't have buildings 9 meters something from the main intersection. I moved to Aurora for setbacks, just as far as the eye could see. I don't see any apartment buildings or condos from where I live. The closest one I think is maybe here on the street the town is on. And there's some seniors residents, I believe, north on Leslie Street. There's no apartment buildings in that block on the south side of Wellington Street. I haven't seen any. I've been here 12 years. We heard previously about Aurora residents paying a premium for beautiful views. And I'm almost embarrassed to say that the residents in Adena Meadows pay a minimum of $30,000 to as high as $70,000 a year in property taxes for that exact same thing. And I can tell you, I don't want to see 3 7-story apartment buildings in my backyard, because that is exactly what I will see if these apartment buildings go up. Mayor, you said Aurora is unique for many reasons. Something like this come to Aurora, we'll lose our uniqueness if it goes through. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Good evening. If I can just get you to state your name, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Maracas, councillors, staff, everyone. I'm Wendy Kenyon, VP of HFARA, address given. Like many others alarmed by the continued degradation and loss of our natural areas, I'm not against development. I am, however, against the loss of balance between development and the need to respect and protect our natural environment and its boundaries. I'm seeing what's now happening on the Shining Hill lands on St. John's Side Road West, and believe that Aurora has already lost that critical balance. According to the applicant's environmental report, the 1289 Wellington proposal includes direct loss of over 5,000 square meters of significant woodland and 900 square meters of its protective buffer, removal of 33,000 square meters of cultural meadow, where species at risk monarch butterfly is confirmed as present, removal of 1,900 square meters of the protective buffer for March Creek. The applicant's 206-page report notes that the creek is a tributary of the East Holland subwatershed, acknowledging it as one of the most stressed in Lake Simcoe region. Yet, reduction in water quality is listed as a potential impact of new road infrastructure, accidental spills of hazardous materials during construction, and later runoff into the watercourse of fertilizers and pesticides. Human disturbance in remaining natural areas post-development is also, not surprisingly, listed as a potential negative impact. Regulation, including the PPS, Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, and Municipal OP, require that there will be no negative impacts to the natural heritage features or their ecological functions. Yet the environmental report is unable to demonstrate this, concluding, overall, the proposed development is not expected to have a negative impact on the natural features and their ecological functions. In my opinion, that's simply not sufficient in order to comply with the explicit wording and intent of regulation. Pages and pages of the environmental report are dedicated to mitigation measures, restoration, and so on, and that's great, but there's an underlying premise that disturbance and removal of natural features can be compensated. But the reality is, You're still taking away immediate habitat, removing trees that are already providing a service, pushing the development with all its inherent risks very close to the watercourse. Despite efforts, ecosystems often don't recover from this level of assault, particularly as the lands become further urbanized. The controversial concept of ecological offsetting has been applied to this application, with the LSRCA receiving a significant financial gain from the sustained environmental losses. Such pay-to-slay arrangements are being criticized as contributing to the continued death by 1,000 cuts of our remaining natural areas. The first stage in the offsetting hierarchy, i.e. avoidance, apparently wasn't feasible for this proposal from a development perspective, and I'm struggling to accept the logic of this. So, what's a more environmentally cautious alternative? Firstly, respect established minimum buffers instead of accepting a trend towards persistently negotiated variable buffers, particularly when in this case, variable includes a significant woodland buffer section of just 1.1 meter. I believe there are also plans to include a future trail within the buffer for the watercourse. So to me, it would make far more sense to widen the buffers, not to reduce them to the bare minimum. Secondly, surely there must be a way to relocate the proposed access road outside this significant woodland. This would also save the northern woodland portion, which is currently proposed for removal based on the fact it won't be able to function ecologically once the road is built. The rationale is that wildlife will still try to cross the road from the fragmented section, increasing the risks of wildlife road mortality. So the solution is to remove the fragmented woodland habitat altogether. To sum up, I think it's important to remember this. The proposed development exists only on paper, whereas the environmental features are already living and providing a service to this community. And so I'm asking, can we not do more to preserve them? Because I believe we can, and it all comes down to a question of balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Perfect timing. Any other members of the public? Welcome. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Is Dan Ort. I'm a resident in the new subdivision just west. Treasure Hill, been there about a year, bought a beautiful home, $1.5 million. Love the area. Love the fact that there's a big buffer and the Oak Ridges Range is just south of us, and we got great neighbors and well articulated your position and fantastic. I'm a civil engineer. So my background is construction, roads, bridges. Back in Aurora, 1998, our company painted your rail bridge because CN would not paint it for you. Anyway, this is just unconscionable to put something like this density in that location for several reasons. It doesn't really belong. It belongs maybe over Young Street where we have the infrastructure to move that type of 2,500 people on mass transit. We have no mass transit there. We have nothing to the south on Leslie, and there'll never be anything down that way. Where are you going to send the people? They're not going to go north. There's nothing up that way. They're going to go on Wellington. And Wellington's already jammed, and if you ever travel it, it's trying to get your kids to hockey or somewhere else or something like that. It's already a traffic jam. And if you look at the York region plan for expansion, my business is in Stouffville. I look at what they're doing in Bloomington. So I'm local here. My wife grew up in Aurora. This development really belongs over where the government, Ontario government, regional governments have put infrastructure or planning infrastructure to support this type. I'm not sure if the developers or the planners that are on their Zoom call, why aren't they here? Have they ever actually stepped foot on that property and gone up and down the roads to even know this little micro environment that we live in here? To be planning such a thing, it's a shame that they've spent so much money on something that's so heinous in its design. And the other thing too, when you look at the constructability of this, and yes, you can go to someone was tasked in a summer job as an urban planner MCR dropping a map and then color in where we should put more employment and more community land. And then someone did a summary of that and colored it in. And when I talked to Linda, I sent in an email, which I'd like to go on record. I've listed a lot of technical things in there. If you look at that map, it does show community development in that area, right on top of Oak Ridges Moraine, right on top of the sensitive lands that are governed also by the Conservation Authority. But if you go to the appendix, which usually it governs when here's the appendix of the resource that we created these maps from. There's a little purple area in that corner for employment. Did the guy sneeze when he was coloring and he just went across Leslie and colored it in? But you have to really hone in on that. But when you look at the summary, and Linda sent back to us when we asked her questions about, oh, no, it's slated for community development. So we got to be very careful what we look at, and we have to look at reports and who did these reports? What were their credentials? Did they ever come out here? Did they ever even answer the phone, or was it all text? Because this is where we are now. It's a virtual world. These guys are out there. They're not here. I'm not seeing the people here, maybe by video, but really you have to look at also the constructability, as I said, as an engineer, to build that parking structure, you have to pull that groundwater down. You have to de-water. You know what's going to happen to all that sensitive area? And they talk about restoring. You know why you're going to restore it? Because they're going to dry it all out. All the frogs, everything that lives in there is going to disappear. And when they restore it, there'll be invasive species move into there, including the vegetation. So you can, and I'm not sure that the people are looking at their plans say, oh, we have a nice buffer here. This is great. But you have no wetlands left because we just sucked all the water out of the ground. And maybe we actually sucked all the water out so that like 15 years ago, the people in Vandorf, when someone sucked the water down, took all the water away from their wells. So there's a lot of things this is really complex to put something like this here. Anyway, thank you. I'm sure there's going to be lots more comments about this. And I have an email to Linda. I'd like to go on record. She has it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public would like to come up? Welcome. If I can just get your name, and you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Sandra Shepherd, and I'm a resident of Touch Gold Crescent, which is adjacent to the proposed plan. The proposed plan is a high density dwellings and does definitely not fit in the surrounding area. In the public planning report under public comments, I do not see any remarks related to noise level. We currently experience issues with the noise level coming from Wellington and the surrounding area. As a result, we can't have our windows open as often as we would like. With the influx of the high density proposed dwelling, the traffic and the noise pollution will definitely increase, hence the concern if the proposed plan is accepted. To further add to the existing public comments that are written on the report, under the change to residential use should remain commercial, I concur with this because Aurora will lose the small town feel that it is well known for. Instead, we could use more medical buildings, doctor offices, diagnostic imaging, medical laboratory service, etc. We shouldn't have to go outside our town to retrieve these services. Another point under removal of wildlife habitat, we regularly see wild turkeys, coyotes, foxes, rabbits, deers, turtles, and birds. To see the potential risk of this being diminished could be a great loss of the simple pleasures of life. Thank you very much for your time, and I truly hope you will not go forward with this proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or any other members of the public like to speak? Come on down. It's like The Price is Right, right? Come on down. Welcome. I can just get you to state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Ryan Shepherd is my name. I live at Touch Gold Crescent with that person. I'm happy to see there's other residents here that have the same concerns that we do. We may not be as passionate as the people on Monkman Crescent, but my concern is the the plan doesn't seem to fit there properly. Considering all the other corners of that intersection have gas stations, and then you're going to put up the apartment buildings and the other dwellings. I just see not being a very good fit for the area, and I'd like to see some more input from the developer. If there's any changes that can be made, I'm not against change or buildings. That's just a little too intense for that area. And considering that there's no public transit either, aside from the regional routes from the YRT, I can't see it housing, moving people day to day, 1,000 people there, let alone the cars that are, I think you had 1,000 parking spots for vehicles there. It's already a congested intersection, and I'm not sure it's gonna be feasible to traffic in and out those vehicles. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public like to speak? Seeing none, Mr. Romano, do you get any questions?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, again, again, the purpose of the meeting is to receive comments. We've identified a number of issues. We've heard some additional issues here raised from the residents with respect to, the application being too dense and the proposed change from a business park to residential, comments regarding the loss of trees, the impact to the natural environment, greater buffers. It's something that we're also, we're going to look at with the Conservation Authority, as you heard from the applicant, and I can confirm they did do a development limits walk with the Conservation Authority. The development limits have been set, but again, we'll need to confirm those exact limits with the Conservation Authority through their final comments. Heard a comment about the southern proposed access onto Leslie Street and the impact to that portion of that site, which is within the Oak Ridges Moraine, and the impact to that natural feature. So that's noted as well. And again, I just want to clarify to all that on page 4, we've listed all the background supporting documents that have been submitted with the application, and those are currently been circulated and under review, and we'll attempt to address all those comments we've heard this evening, and through correspondence we've received from the residents, and will continue to receive as we continue to move forward as part of our review.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Are there any members of the public that would like to come up for a second time? I just get you to state your name again, and you have 5 minutes, George.
Thank you, George Skoulikas. With all due respect, Mr. Romano, you didn't answer the question, and one of the major questions was, why is this proposal being considered right now? Because it is basically outside the MCR process, and the MCR process is done, dusted, and the regional official plan will be adopted on Thursday. And, we're considering something that we shouldn't be considering, because these are employment lands and the land conversion has already been done. So if I can get an answer to that, I have multiple questions with respect to the MCR process, and also some questions about the zoning and densities.
George, I would suggest, we do have, you're right, we do have regional council on Thursday. I would love to see you come out and speak to regional council, because that's more of a regional matter. But absolutely, I'll ask Mr. Romano if you have more questions, if you want to go on and get those, we can answer everything all at once.
So it's, according to the York Region website and planning staff, the MCR process has been completed in October 2021. The employment land conversions, which are the first step in the MCR process, were also finalized in 2021, and no further adjustments are contemplated. This is directly from the staff. So to Mr. Romano, how do you explain the statement in your staff report that the MCR process is under review when it's actually been completed? That's question one. wait for an answer or just go through the questions? Okay. Question number 2. The draft original official plan that was completed on November 25th, 2021 was circulated on December 1st, 2021 for comments. And at the time, the original official plan report contained Appendix 1, employment area zones and densities, which clearly identifies the subject site as employment lands. Can you please verify that? Question number 3. Between the release of the official plan, the original official plan on December 1st and today, Appendix 1, employment area zones and densities map has been changed to show that the subject site is, the subject site is no longer employment lands. However, current policies prohibit conversions of employment lands to non-employment lands outside the MCR process. Can you please provide me with some information and the results of that change? Question number 4. As we know, the objective of the NCR process is to accommodate future population and employment growth to the year of 2051 through the land need analysis. It's interesting to note that while Appendix 1 in the original official plan has removed the subject site from the employment lands, it is obvious that it was done outside the MCR process, because in Table 1 of the York Region Population and Employment Forecast by local municipality, that's page 16 of the original official plan just released, the numbers have not changed. So in other words, the map has changed, but the population, employment, and population figure, the projections for population and employment figures have not changed. So can you explain that? Question number 5. Original official policy 2.2.1, the population and employment forecast in Table 1 for the planning and new development, the examination provides the following. So in other words, the population forecast for Aurora through the MCR process is 780 people per year for the next 10 years. Employment forecast for Aurora, 450 employees per year for 10 years. This application alone is proposing 579 units to accommodate 1,500 people. So a single application is worth 2 years worth of growth projected by the MCR process. So if the region would allow such a major conversion, what are the implications to the employment and population projections? So in my opinion, if this goes forward, it makes a mockery out of the MCR process that's taken 3 years to get to it. So I've got some more questions, but then I'll come back. Thank you.
Mr. Romano?
Certainly through you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the MCR process, I've been involved with the region and the MCR process over the past few years, and even dating back to 2010. So just to be clear, the MCR process, just for those other folks who may not be familiar with the terminology, is a municipal comprehensive review that the region is required to undertake every 10 years. In this instance, the last time they did it was back in 2010. And that is really the background review as part of their update to their official plan. The province prepares a growth plan. They identify a planning horizon and population targets and employment targets for the region to accommodate. And so they started their MCR process back in 2015. It's been going on for a number of years. And they've been doing a lot of work, a lot of consultation with the public, but also the municipalities. So their responsibility is to distribute the future population growth to the various municipalities, the 9 within York Region. The MCR process is not complete. It's ongoing. It'll be complete this Thursday. I believe it's this Thursday, when Regional Council, if they do approve their official plan. The draft official plan was released, and it's an iterative process back in December, and it's out there for public review. and there are many schedules. The one land use schedule identifies, and it's on their website, this particular site as community lands. The Appendix 1, which is a supplementary schedule that identifies employment lands, still had it as employment lands in the earlier version. But if you look at the current version, that's been corrected. There's a lot of mapping changes that regional staff have to undertake. They're dealing with 9 different municipalities, hundreds of maps. So there is no conflict there. The municipal comprehensive review is ongoing. I believe this Thursday, there will probably be some deputations with other landowners requesting changes, a variety of changes, and that's their prerogative. Ultimately, the approval authority is regional council. With respect to this particular application, we received comments from the region, and they made that determination that this site is no longer identified as employment land. It's up to local council through this process, and there'll be no decision tonight. This is a public meeting. Through this process to consider moving forward whether to change the land use on this site from business park to another use. With respect to that's a draft OP, that's there for, that's on their website, and I encourage people to go take a look. With respect to the forecast, I think I touched on that. The current population employment forecasts under the growth plan and through the regional official plan are minimum targets. They're not maximum. The long-term targets for the town of Aurora, the region, I think, is going to grow to over 2 million people and about 1 million jobs. Our share of that growth, town of Aurora, to the year 2051, and again, it's a 30-year plan. We're expected to go to a minimum of 85,000 people. That's a minimum. How we get there, that's going to change. That's going to vary from year to year and decade to decade. And the number of jobs is over 41,000. We're also in the middle of our official plan update, our local official plan update. We'll have a draft, our first draft, released to council and a public for ongoing consultation for final consideration before June of 2023. And that's where we identify as well our newer planning horizon to the year 2051 and those population employment forecasts. And again, I'll just stress their minimum targets, just to be clear. The regional OP update MCR is ongoing. It's not complete. We have comments from the regional staff that these lands are no longer identified as employment in the regional plan. Planning staff here at the town of Aurora back in 2019, a number of reports identified those various requests to convert employment lands to other community type lands in various reports to council back in 2019, late 2019. But again, I'll just stress the regional official plan shows these lands as community lands, and they've been removed from the employment area under the official plan land use designation.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Any other members of the public like to speak? Welcome. If I can just get you to state your name, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
My name is David Bursley. I live in the Aurora Grove subdivision, so I'm sort of off to one side on this. Just thinking this over tonight, I'm really concerned about the traffic pattern there. Is there any plan with the region to widen Leslie Street? Because I think to accommodate the kind of traffic volumes you're talking in this development, Leslie Street's going to have to be wider. And I don't know how those people are going to get out in the morning rush hour with going to their places of employment, no matter which way they're going. If they're going over to 404 or over towards Yonge Street or down Leslie or Bayview or whatever. But I think this looks like a real headache to me. And that's my only comment.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the public? If I could just get you to state your name.
Yeah,
again.
Dan Ort. Just to your comment about the change from employment lands to community, okay, that's fine. But if you go up and down the corridor as gateways into Newmarket, Richmond Hill, Aurora, or even Mulock, any of those areas, there isn't this type of heavy, dense gateway community being proposed. And you look south of us, which is already developed. Now, there is some, granted, there's some Woodbine, but it's back. It's not at that interchange. Usually there's small commercial at the interchange where you have less frequent passage. You don't have the lineup of people stuck trying to get out of their big apartment buildings. So it's just something, you know, yes, the higher ups are telling you what you need to do and what this is going to be. But as a town, is there not a process which you can then overrule that for micro situation we have and use the fact that this is not how it is north of us or south of us. And we don't want it that way. We want four corners of just some light commercial. Day trips in and out, people getting gas, getting a little facility to support. Someone had a great idea about a medical facility. With all the extra people that are coming in, we take all these business properties and we turn them into residential. We're going to be taxed on our community support for those people. We don't have it already. And everybody's talking about converting employment lands into community places. There's something really to think about. Is the plan really that solid if you're taking all that employment? Where are you going to make where are you going to find the jobs if you're taking the jobs away? By converting this property, this business to community. So anyway, the question is, can you, as a local, town, can you fight that process or appeal that process of the designation of that property? Why and who decided to change it from employment in keeping with what's on north and south and every single interchange all the way up and down the 404? All four corners are commercial. This one all of a sudden goes residential? Isn't that kind of odd? Anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? George, before I allow you for a third time, just if there's anyone for a second time. No? Okay, George. And George, if you are going to go extensive into the MCR regional type process, I do encourage you to come to regional council tomorrow. They are the authority.
Well, I would like to make some comments to the answer that was given about the MCR process. I've been looking at it for a long time. I'm familiar with it. In 29, the first step of the process is to accommodate for land conversions from employment to non-employment. That took place in 2019, May 2019. All the requests went out. At the time, there were 7 proposals or 7 owners that came forward and they requested land conversion. By the end of November 29, 2019, the deadline for applying for conversions, the 1289, the subject site, was removed from that list, number 1. So they, for some reason, were removed. Now, there were other changes that were made during that period between May and the end of November 29th. And the report that this planning department put together on December 3rd, PDS 19069, actually refers to all that. And the change, and out of those 7 final applications that went for land conversion, only two were approved by the region. So they had their name in, they removed it. They missed the opportunity to ask for land conversion. Moving forward to today, the MCR process, the critical part of the process, the projections are done. On Thursday, regional council will adopt the regional official plan, and July 1st will be sent to the province, and then in the fall they will sign off, right? So for Mr. Ramuno, to say to me that it's still under review, I think that's misleading. The review, the MCR process was completed in 2021. The review that you're speaking of is maybe text changes of the official plan, a couple words here and there, but the projections have been done. It's taken 3 years to get to this point. Are you suggesting that within a week or 2 days, we're going to have changes? It's not possible. It's not conceivable. So, in conclusion, with the MCR process, you have a subject site that is currently is employment lands. And the applicant wants it to be mixed residential, but they have to wait because the policy states they have to wait until the next MCR process because it has to go through that process. The land conversion cannot be done outside the MCR process. That's very clear. So what you're telling me is that, yes, they can do it, but to me, it's not possible. I have some questions regarding the density. So, by the way, I just wanted to make it clear that what you said made no sense to me, and I would like for you to clarify if you can. Regarding zoning, can you please confirm that the RU zoning, the minimum zone requirement for RU is 10 hectares? I believe that's correct. The lot area of this property is 5.86 hectares. So can you clarify how this is zoned RU? Do I have another minute? The RU maximum lot coverage is 20%. The applicant, when he presented earlier tonight, under key statistics, his developable area, so lot coverage of his area is 63%. How is that acceptable for the town? Further to that, the proposed maximum net residential density of 155 units per hectare. This is based on the applicant. It's extremely aggressive, but more important, the OPA 30 policy 3.2.2 states that it should not exceed 99 units per hectare. And this is 57% over that. And one more point further to that, the York Region MCR process, the targets for greenfield land is 55 residents per hectare, 55. What they're asking is something like, 55 residents per hectare. What the applicant is asking is 155 units per hectare times 2.5 persons per household. That's 387 persons per hectare versus 55 per hectare. So the densities are way out of whack. So this is why are we still here today? Like, why are we discussing this? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Are there any other members of the public? First off, George, I appreciate your comments, but I do have to back up Mr. Ramuno. It's not misleading. The MCR process is still continuing. On Thursday, I can tell you for a fact there will be 3 conversions being presented to Regional Council, 3 new conversions being presented to Regional Council on Thursday. That's why I encourage you to come out to Regional Council. The process. This is the process. I can't have you just shut out. I encourage you to come out to Regional Council, speak, be a delegate. I'll get you the link. I'll get you to fill out the form. I'd like to see you there. Come speak to Regional Council and let them know your thoughts in regards to their process. The November 29 deadline was not a provincial mandated deadline. It was a deadline set by regional staff just because they wanted everyone to get it in by then so they could have time to work things through. By all means, people have constantly been coming in and asking for more different conversions. And it's been going on. And as I said, 3 more will be coming this Thursday, 3 brand new ones. So I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Ramuno, the zoning and RU, why is it zoned in RU?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, the existing property's got the old historic rural zone, which really only permits a single detached dwelling and some rural uses. The application before us, even if it was for a commercial property, would require a site-specific zoning amendment to introduce the proposed uses. So again, the rural zone is just the old historic zone that has minimum lot standards and lot frontages, and not all lots, because it's just historic zoning, would even comply with that rural standard. But again, what we're dealing with here is a proposal to amend the OP and the zoning bylaw with respect to permitting uses and density, height, etc.
And I believe a question was asked about Leslie being widened, I guess, to the south. I don't believe it's on the 10-year plan for the region.
No, it's not, but that's definitely, we've noted that as well. We'll have, the regions reviewing the applications, we'll have that discussion as part of any the redevelopment of this site. The region's involved in the design and location of access points, Wellington, Leslie Street. And in some instances, they do require widenings and the turning lanes on Leslie Street. That could be an option, but that's definitely something we'll look into.
Thank you. And the question, but can we say no? Yeah, council can say no to the application. And I believe that was all the questions I had at that time. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for? Yep. I just get you to state your name again.
Yes, Alan Benlolo again. Just from a practical standpoint, I believe in the renderings we saw, the setbacks were 3 meters, 9 meters, something very close to Leslie Street. Leslie and Wellington was just underwent a major renovation. It took years. I live at the corner. Going southbound on Leslie Street is 1 lane. I cannot understand how that happened. It doesn't affect us that much because there's not that much traffic there now. But there's no room left to widen if their proposal goes through, because the building is right up against the curb. The lane widening on the sidewalk would put you right in the guy's living room in the apartment building there. So that's something that has to be considered if there's no plan to widen the road. I have, on another practical standpoint, we're 38 residences. We have 1 entrance and exit off of Wellington Street and 1 off of Leslie Street. Of those 38 residences, maybe 60% live there, 40% live abroad. I have 3 new drivers in my household, and they will not exit onto Wellington Street. It's just too busy. I do it, but I have to stop halfway. There's never a time during the day that you can actually exit onto Wellington Street. So my kids know to go off on Leslie Street, and then they go to the intersection at Leslie Wellington, and they make a left towards Bayview. If they have to go, that would be westbound. Our community had asked about 7-8 years ago, we had asked the town to put a stoplight outside our entrance off Wellington Street. And we were told not a chance. That is designed as a throughway to get people to the 404. And they don't want to interrupt that. It used to be 70 kilometers. I think it just switched to 60, if I'm not mistaken. I just kind of noticed the signs. Am I correct? Yeah. So I think it's due to the amount of traffic, but obviously it's increasing and it's expected. But to put 1,000 units, 2,000 people right at the corner of Leslie and Wellington, doesn't that go against the whole idea of making it a thoroughfare? How are those people going to get in and out on Wellington Street? I know there was another neighbor that lives on the Touch Gold property. There are 140 residences, I believe, 125. They have 1 entrance on Wellington Street. I don't know. I don't live there. I live in the adjacent one, and we have trouble getting out. I find myself during the day behind service vehicles because they can't get out. Going right easy, you can't go left. So I don't know how they feel. But you're going to put 2,000 people or 1,500 people right at the corner, and they're not going to go right on Leslie Street because that takes you nowhere. They have to get on onto Wellington Street. They have to get on onto the 404, or they have to go west into town, one or the other. So from a resident that lives right there at the heart of where this is going on, that's just the practicality of it all. So I welcome any further comments from people that live there, but just in case you don't live there or pass by often, that's what's going on. And 2,000 residents right at that corner, I just don't see it happening. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Klaus?
Thank you, Councilman Burke. I have a concern about us redesignating land use, like we have the hallmark lands were taking out of employment lands into recreational, basically. Then we had this case opposite the Walmart Plaza on the south side of Wellington, where we had a warehouse go in or some storage facility that really doesn't, sort of provide a lot of employment places. Now we're having another site where we are just more or less brushing by the need to have employment places. And I would like to know whether we are keeping track of the balance between employment places and residents, and whether this type of thing, this type of development is considered in that context, whether we in fact pay attention to the balance. The other concern I have with this development is that we have transit hubs, or one major transit hub right now, which is the railway station. And the province talking to us, as far as I could figure out from the newspapers, about another transit hub somewhere along Yonge Street. Now, when are we going to get transit into this area that is meaningful? Like if we have that many people living there, we need transit. I don't want those cars out there. I want to see transit, sort of transporting these people around. And that is not going to be anytime soon, I don't think. We have another transit hub at Bloomington, south of Bloomington, and I don't see any big apartment buildings going up there. That may be a more appropriate place, I don't know, but they're far away from any town then. But I'm uncomfortable with, piecemealing this employment situation, employment lands. North of St. John's Side Road, we had some redesignation quite a little while ago from employment lands to residential. Things like that are happening in isolated places, but I'm concerned that we put these things into context with each other and have an overall approach to this. So those are my comments on this particular program, other than the trail issues that I want to have another look. I also, by the way, do have a concern when I look at these drawings about taking away green space. I don't know to what degree that's happening here, but it looks like quite a bit of it is being taken over by the development. Okay.
Thank you, Klaus. Any other members of the public? George, if I just state your name again?
Yeah, George Skolikas, Aurora resident for 24 years. With all due respect, the policies for the land conversions are extremely clear and very, very restrictive. So it's even a year ago when the pre-consultation meeting took place, the York region responded to this application and said specifically, the conversion of employment lands to non-employment lands is not permitted as per policy 4.3.9. Conversion of employment lands to non-employment may only be considered at the time of MCR. Okay, so moving forward, we're spending thousands and thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, to do an official plan review. And SGL, the planning consultant that's doing the official plan review for Aurora, has actually taken this particular site in their analysis as employment lands. So when they're allocating the numbers that have been given from the region, these are considered employment lands, not residential. Further to that, if we change that, and we're going to put in 1,500 people in one small location, it just throws 1,500 people, like I said, in the projections that the region provided for the town of Aurora is worth of 2 years of population projections throughout all of Aurora, not just one application. You've got other applicants as well, I'm sure. And finally, with respect to the zoning being out of date, in 2017, we spent thousands of dollars to update our zoning bylaw. Why are we talking about that this RU zoning is out of date? 2017 is fairly recent. And, you know, it's mandated that the zoning bylaw be updated 3 years after your official plan review. So here we are spending thousands of dollars, right? If not hundreds of thousands of dollars to do all these things. And now I hear that, well, we can do things ad hoc and it doesn't matter about the MCR process. That's taken 3 years to get to it. It doesn't matter because on Thursday, we have other applicants that are asking for land requests, conversion requests, and we're okay with it. Then what's the point of having an MCR process that takes 3 years? And the final point is that I reached out to Mr. Bottomley, who's the long-range planning staff, long-range planner for the region. And he specifically said, and I quote, that the MCR process was completed in October 2021. The employment conversions, which are the first step, are also finalized, and no further adjustments are contemplated. Those are his words, not mine. I'm not making things up. I mean, I did my research. So that's all I have to say. And I thank you for your time. And I'll leave you to debate it. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Is there any other comments or any other members of the public that want to speak? Welcome. Can I just get you to state your name? You have 5
I'm
minutes.
Paula DiUlio. I actually live right on Touch Gold, and this project will impact me directly. When we purchased this house from the builder, and I came from Newmarket, we purchased this house from the builder. My first question was, what is going behind us? Because we had to pay a high premium to have this green space that was protected. And he said, we tried to buy that. They wouldn't approve it to be changed. It's designated probably something like a doctor's building, something like that. I'm like, oh, okay, I could justify paying the extra premium. The builder's already been shot down. They're not going to build any more houses there. Perfect. We moved in. We have one access road in and out, which is on Wellington. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. And there's no lights. I go to work every morning. I leave my house at 7:30. And it's been pandemic, so we know the traffic hasn't been that bad. But even so, I have to stop in the turning lane and then go on. I actually asked if they were going to do a traffic light there, and they said, oh, no, it's too close to Leslie. No problem. Then I see this, I got this notice in the box, in my mailbox, that they're building all this, whatever, all these houses. I'm like, wait a minute. That builder got shot down because the town of Aurora said, not a chance. We're not going to do any more residential there because it's not a big enough area. So of course I got that. I'm like, 3 buildings, let alone some townhouses. We're talking 3 buildings that are covering this whole section. I'm like, number one, like we already have poor water supply. If you ask me, our pressure or whatever, I'm not one of these people that knows all these techniques, but the water pressure is already low. So I'm like, okay, so they're going to build all these apartments and all these townhouses. That's more water that's going out, like, and let alone the traffic. That's, I mean, we've been hearing that all along. The traffic is already ridiculous. If my grandkids come over, I want to go across the street to the community center. I have to put them in the car, drive out because I can't cross that street. I'll cross by myself running, but I can't go with the kids across the street. So it just doesn't make sense. And I can't believe that this is even a discussion right now. I've also been told, and I'm sorry, no disrespect. They said, oh, don't worry, it's already gone through. You're not going to change anything. But I thought, you know what? Let me try it anyway. Maybe the town of Aurora will keep up with their name and keep it in, you know, a good community. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? I just want to echo, because I'm sure someone on council will probably want to make this comment because it's been brought up a couple of times about traffic lights. So, but before I do that, I do need a motion to extend the hour. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallo, all those in favor? Opposed, that carries. So just to let everyone know, this council did pass a resolution requesting that the region put traffic lights exactly where you're saying. That is going to regional council. That request, the infrastructure is already in the ground, so it was already anticipated that in future there would be lights there. We're just looking to speed up the process. So that's a different thing, but I just thought I would just give you that update. No other members of the public. I'm going to close the public portion of this meeting. Council, the recommendation that is in front of us is that report number PDS 22-098 be received. 2, that the comments presented at the public planning meeting be addressed by Planning and Development Services and report to future general committee meeting. Did someone want to move that, or did someone want to move something else? Councillor Gallo.
Sorry, I don't want to move it. I just want to speak.
Did you want to move something? No. Anybody want to move something? Another public planning meeting? Second? Councillor Humphries? Comments or questions? Councillor Gallo?
Oh, there we go. How much time do I have, Mr. Mayor?
5 and 5.
5 and 5. Okay. I guess first off, thanks for everyone to showing up, and your contributions are amazing and meaningful, and help guide us all, I think, in our decision making process. And I'm so glad you're here in person as well, because those nuances when we see your faces are valuable, at least to me. I'd like to speak about the MCR process and land conversion directly related to this site, from a perspective of the town and our reporting. I would start off by saying, to me, this is an absolute non-starter, and I echo some of the comments that I have no idea why we are even here discussing this. But I would like to go through some documentation that I spent the last 2 days reviewing, specifically regarding land conversion from employment to non-employment. The Town of Aurora report PDS 19-069 from December 3rd, 2019, page 5 of 15 states, more specifically, the changes reflected in the attachment 3 since May 2019 include 1289 Wellington Street East, the southwest corner of Leslie and Wellington, is removed as the request to conversion has been withdrawn. That's December 3rd, 2019. Also in report PDS 20-31 on November 17th, 2020 on page 6 of 9 states, and it goes on to speak to the 2 Magna properties and their conversion, which actually did happen. It also says, however, the A3 request was subsequently revised to exclude 1289 Wellington Street East, geographically separated from the rest of the employment area at the southwest corner of Wellington Street East and Leslie Street. So 2 reports telling us that that specific property was withdrawn from the MCR process. As well, on the same report of November 17th, 2020, it speaks to the process and the mapping, and it says the result of this exercise would have left only 1 regionally mapped parcel of employment lands remaining in the entire Magna employment area, the 1289 Wellington Street East property at Wellington and Leslie Street, previously part of request A3. The deadline for submitting conversions was November 2019. In fact, York Region denied the submission regarding 275 Wellington Street East as it came in on September 17th, 2020. Yet a letter from Mr. David Waters, the Director of Planning for the Town of Aurora, dated October 13th, 2020, requested to change the mapping of 1289 Wellington Street East and remove it from the regionally significant employment lands was enough for York Region to change the mapping. It should be noted that the mapping in the York Region official plan, Appendix 1, up to December 1st, 2021, indicated that the parcel of land was still designated employment. December 1st, 2021, over a year after Mr. Waters' letter. Ironically, an application to develop the lands for residential use came to the Planning Department of the Town of Aurora, and during the pre-consultation process, planning staff at the region regarding this specific property on January 14th, 2021 wrote, the conversion of employment lands to non-employment land uses is not permitted as per policy 438 York Region Official Plan. As per policy 438, conversions of employment lands to non-employment lands may only be considered at the time of municipal comprehensive review MCR, which is currently underway. The deadline to submit the request for conversion was November 29th, 2019. We've heard that date often. And submissions received after November 29th will need to be referred to the next MCR process. York Region Council recently endorsed 24 employment land conversions requests. The request for conversion on the subject lands 1289 Wellington Street East was withdrawn, and the site is still considered employment lands. That's as of January 14th, 2021. It's clear from the last statement that York Region Planning staff, Mr. Abbas, author of the pre-consultation report,
Ask you to wrap up this time.
knew that the subject lands was withdrawn and the site is still considered employment lands. I'll continue, Mr. Mayor. I'll pause for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions to the applicant or to the report? Councilor Garner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions. With respect to what's going to be asked as conversions at the council meeting on Thursday, is this one of the properties?
No.
Thank you. With respect to the number of stories that's allowed on this site, is it 7?
Mr. Romano?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, under the current secondary plan in this business park designation, up to 7 stories is permitted, subject to design guidelines within this area along Wellington.
Councilor?
Thank you. With respect to OPA 30, is the most that's permitted is 99 units per hectare?
Mr. Romano?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe that's the current density provision in the in that secondary plan document.
Councilor?
Thank you. This proposal is 155 units per hectare, and also the lot coverage is 63%. I don't think I've ever seen proposal with that kind of density. With respect to the MCR, all the research I've done shows this is employment land. And I'd like to remind everyone, and Mr. Warenberg surprisingly brought this up. We know that development, residential development, doesn't pay for development. So that means if you give me $1 in tax, it's going to cost the town substantially more than that, especially in a town that has high service levels. So what we need is employment land, because it's complicated to explain, but the taxes that we get from employment lands helps keep the residential taxes lower, I should say. So I can't find any reason in anything that's been presented, including everything all of the residents have said, as to why we should be approving this as residential and not keeping it as employment land. I think it's been very clear from everything that's been said. And with respect to residential, it's just completely not what we've planned for Aurora. So the bottom line is, Mr. Muno, if I could ask you, I believe that this application was declared complete 120 days ago, 119 days ago.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yep, it was received in, I think we've listed it in the report, early in the new year, and I believe the 120 days is probably passed already. Yep. Declared complete, submitted in February of 2022.
Counselor?
Do we have 120 days? Is that the timeline?
Mr. Ramuno?
Yes, 120 days for council make a decision.
Well,
Counselor?
it would, I mean, I haven't looked at the calendar, but I would think that tonight would be the 120th day. We have to make a decision tonight. And, you know, there's so much confusion about the MCR process, but from everything that I've read and information from regional staff, this is still employment land. So I don't think we can do a conversion with respect to what the residents have said and what our OPA 30 says. This is completely out of keeping. So I don't think we can even send this to another public planning meeting. I think we have to make a decision tonight that this application has to be denied, and then we can go from there. Maybe they'll come to the region and ask for an employment land conversion on Thursday. Maybe they'll completely change their development, but we can't send it to another public planning meeting. There's just too much going on here and too many answers that are required. And I never thought of it, but with respect to it is 55 residents or employment units per hectare. And this one is 300 residents. I mean, even in your wildest dreams, Mr. Mayor, I don't think anybody has proposed that they could provide this many jobs or people per hectare. Certainly it's not in my experience. I imagine my 5 minutes are getting close to gone, but while I have the time.
You're right at 5.
Thank you. I'll address the environmental issues next.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I certainly appreciate the residents coming out and sticking with us this late into the evening and providing their comments and concerns, and I share some of them. I don't support the density. I have concerns with the massing and the height of the overall application. Certainly would like to see notable changes. I just have one question in addition through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, within the report, it talks about the fact that cash in lieu of parkland will be required, but yet on the design presented, it showed 3 parkettes. Is that an indication that those parkettes are not sufficient? And so in addition to that, they have to provide cash in lieu?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the parkettes provided are sort of private. What they're proposing is condominium ownership. So they would be parkettes of many space for those condominium units. Our park staff at this point, I don't believe, is requesting a municipal park. So when we talk about cash in lieu, we wouldn't be taking parkland under the Planning Act. We would be taking the cash in lieu requirement.
Councillor?
My only concern really is that I think that a park is warranted in that area because first off, I mean, there's no other amenity to service the residents. Should they continue to want to see notable number of units or density there, where are they going to go? Thomas Coates Park on Mavernax, 2 kilometers from that site. It's on the other side of the road. We've already talked about the troubles in trying to cross the street. There should be a park there to service at least the residents that are going to live there. So I wouldn't be in favor of cash and live.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, no, I'm similar to Councillor Thompson's concerns. Just such a high density. I'm a little concerned about what I'm hearing about employment lands to residential, all that information. Hopefully we can get some clarity on that so we know what, it's if this appropriate process, but I appreciate the residents coming through. I'm still very concerned with such a large complex. I don't know if we've had anything that size, like 478 units. It's pretty big. And I just don't picture that there. So I know that I guess the developer is still listening there, or the consultant. But I'm looking hopefully that they've heard all the comments as well, and that we look at something a little more appropriate for the location. And it's just so dense. It's just too much densification. And we've heard about a few of the concerns on, I guess there's water pressure in this area as well. So lots of areas, I think, for improvement for the next public planning that we hope to see come forward. And hopefully we can work together. Again, is there an opportunity here for the developer to work with the residents as well to come up with something that's more aligned or that works for everyone a little more than this at the moment. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In every public planning meeting, we always talk about community partnership, and the win-win is when developers work with the community and community works with the developer. I haven't heard anything about community meeting or opportunity for feedback. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ramuno, was there any community engagement whatsoever during the planning?
Mr. Ramuno.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, not in this instance, not like the first application. This is the first public consultation for the area residents.
Councillor.
Thank you. That is somewhat surprising, but I mean, for development this size, certainly with the residents surrounding, there should have been some consultation, and certainly the residents here who've spoken out, they do have some concerns and feedback. So it'd be great to have the two parties have some communication. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say, I think I'm going to go back to my point about refusing. The applicant can always come forward to us, but we are on a deadline with respect to this being appealed. We know, Mr. Mayor, that those appeals don't usually go well for us, and this is a very, very dense proposal. From what I can understand, that we don't want to see on this corner in Aurora. But with respect to the environmental component, looking at a proposal, there'll be a loss of 5,000 square meters of significant woodland, 900 square meters of buffer that is protecting that significant woodland, 33,000 square meters of cultural meadow containing an endangered species, and also a tributary of the East Holland River. This is actually quite a compromised water system, and it feeds into Lake Simcoe. And one of the main things that the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan addresses is water quality. And we've heard tonight that this development might further compromise the water quality of this creek. So, you know, I don't know how we could even be looking at a proposal that would do this much damage to the environment. I've said it so many times before, we keep going over and over the same thing. But the bottom line is that we are in a climate crisis, and to compromise this much environmental land, it's, well, in my opinion, it's irresponsible at this point in the time of the world. This needs to be looked at very carefully. I would just say, all in all, with respect to the taxes we would get from employment land, the size of the proposed residential development, the density, the massing, the amount of damage, if we allowed this, would do to our natural environment, the residents that would be compromised, the traffic, it just goes on and on. I think this must be denied tonight. We're at the 11th hour, more than the 11th hour, and the proponent can come back to us again. I think we need to be very clear. We need to hear have in writing from the regional staff about the MCR and what this land is, what is happening with this land in that process. It's regional staff seems to be contradicting municipal staff, or vice versa. We need to clear that up before we make any decision about what should be done with this land. So I would ask my fellow council members to consider denying this application tonight, because it will go to the tribunal if we don't make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gallo, second time.
Thank you. I'm encouraged to hear some of the comments around the table. I did want to kind of summarize this land conversion process that took place on this site that I believe I have a very good understanding through reading all of our reports, the region's reports, a thorough understanding of the draft official plan at the region, and specifically related to employment conversions and the MCR process. It started with the Magna lands, which this was part of, submitting an application through the MCR process to convert to non-employment. And we had a report to council to that effect. Then we had another report that these lands were removed from that process, the MCR process. Then we had yet another report confirming that these lands were removed from that process. Somehow, October 2020, the then Director of Planning for the town of Aurora submitted a letter to the Director of Planning at the Region of York, requesting that the lands be reinserted as in the process, and to remove the designation of employment lands. And there is, to me, the problem, because up to that point, either through consent amongst council, even if it's a motion to receive a report, we were well aware, we should have been well aware, that those lands were not part of the MCR process and were to remain employment lands up until the director submitted that letter. York Region did whatever they had to do, and they changed the mapping and removed the application, or resubmitted the application to remove the designation to allow non-employment lands. Two reports, ironically, after Mr. Waters submitted that letter to York Region, there were two separate reports to this council, and not one of them indicated to us that that happened. 10 acres of land were removed from employment designation by one letter of the Director of Planning of this corporation. And we were not told one thing, two reports after that, including up until January of this year, when we had an update to the official plan. The mapping in that document, if you take a look at it in January, it still showed that little corner as employment lands. It's mysterious how the region, first of all, could have taken a letter from the director and not a resolution of council. We never directed anyone to do that. I could go on and on. This is very problematic. And Mr. Mayor, I know on Thursday, York Region is going to be discussing this. I don't know what your view is. You're going to be speaking to it or trying to address it. You would have received my letter to the Director of Planning at the region explaining everything that I read tonight and my concerns about the MCR process and specifically these lands. I do not believe, sitting here today, that process was followed properly. Certainly no direction from council and definitely reports to council indicating otherwise. No one member of staff should have that type of power to convert 10 acres of employment lands into non-employment lands. Should not happen. And that's exactly what happens. And if you want confirmation, I have emails from the Director of Planning of York Region from today telling me that very thing. So this is a non-starter for me. We should not be putting this to another public planning meeting until they deal with the employment land conversion, period. I will not be voting for this. And if it fails, I have no problems putting a motion forward to deny this application until that process is done. And Mr. Mayor, if there's an opportunity to speak, I have no problems coming to York Region Council on Thursday and telling them exactly what I said tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Gallo. I'll send you the link for the delegation. Love to see you, have you there. Join us, Regional Council. Council, before I call the vote, obviously, the concerns from the residents, also from council as well, in regards to massing, traffic, and height. There's some concerns there. Beyond that, there's some other concerns as far as that have been brought up in regards to the regional process. So what's before us is to look at sending this back to another public planning meeting. As was mentioned in the last one, we hope that the concerns have been heard loud and clear, and that the applicant sits down and has that meaningful consultation process with the residents in the community in the area, as well as town staff and council, as well as I've mentioned many times, right? And we're always looking at what can we put in an area that benefits our community. So we're always looking at doing what's best for our community, and that takes all parties working together. So yeah, those concerns are there. So let's see if we can work on this and where we go from there. So I'll call the vote. Councilor Gardner? No? Councilor Gardner?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't have anything on my screen. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilor Humphries? I'll take your verbal if you'd like. If you want verbal, yeah.
It's not doing its thing. Let me say, oh, no.
No?
No.
Thank you. So no. That's defeated. Council, would someone like to put something forward?
I would, Mr. Mayor.
You have a template? Go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
I would like to make the motion that this application be denied.
Can you do that?
I,
No.
Councillor
can't do
Gardner,
that.
I need more than that.
Can't say that.
As per the part of the Planning Act, you need to have an explanation why you're denying it.
Okay, well, to begin with, it's against our official plan with respect to OPA 30. It's against our official plan and the provincial policy statement and the York Region official plan with respect to the lack of the requirement for environmental protection, which is not being shown in this report, in this application. It just goes against our planning policy completely.
I'm going to try to wordsmith that for you, Councillor,
Our OPA and
with
our
the help of
OPA.
our clerk. So how about that the applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment regarding 1289 Wellington Street East be refused. The proposed development does not conform to the town's official plan for reasons including but not limited to the following. It encroaches on environmentally lands as well as the established floodplain. Proposed density is not appropriate for the site and there is significant adverse impact to species of concern currently inhabiting the site. You okay with that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Would you like to move that?
Could you just permit me? I don't remember a mention of.
I'll put it up.
floodplain.
I'll put it up on this. I'll put it up on the screen for you. And if you'd like to move it.
I don't remember a mention of floodplain. But it certainly goes against.
I
our
can take the floodplain part. I can take the floodplain part out.
Oh,
I'm
actually,
just trying to work
maybe-
with what.
I
I'm just
think
trying to
my-
work with what you stated. So
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't prepared to get to this point. If you could just give me a minute, perhaps.
can I get that on the screen? And then if Councillor Gardner is okay with it. Councillor Gardner, can you see that?
Yes, it's a bit tricky with my eye, but just give me a sec.
Do you want me to read it again?
I'm just leaning in. Hold on. Doesn't plan for reasons including. Well, I think in the environmental land part, it does not conform to the requirement in the provincial policy statement, the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan, or the municipal OP that says that no negative impacts must be demonstrated. That the development will not have any negative impacts on natural features. It basically says that in all of the different plans.
Did you get that, Mr. Clerk? Sure.
And could you also include about the employment land conversion? Maybe inappropriate for this site?
Sure. provincial policy. Provincial policy. Yeah. Clerk's just working on some tweaks.
Thank you. And
Counselor.
maybe other councillors would like to add about the residents' comments. I don't know. I mean, we're
Well, I
thinking
think
of
it's more
Right.
towards we
our
need
official
to
plan.
keep it
Yeah,
at a policy level.
right. Okay. So it's against our official plan, also OPA 30.
Mr. Clerk, does not conform to the town's official plan as well as OPA 30.
If there are other members of council who can help me with this, I'd welcome it.
I think we're very close, Counselor. I'm trying. I know, I'm trying.
I can tell, Mr. Mayor, I can really tell that you're trying. Thank you.
OPA 30.
Would it be appropriate to say we need clarification on the MCA process?
If that's what you like in there.
Thank you. From the region. MCR, sorry, Mr. Mayor, MCR.
Yeah, I mean, Counselor, I'm getting thought that's more of a regional matter. I mean, it's not necessarily in line with the application itself. I mean, I get it; they're tied one to another, but we need to keep it more on the Planning Act perspective. I mean, I get the whole MCR thing, but that we can deal with at the regional level. But
Okay. They're
clarification on the MCR is not necessarily something that
okay.
that would be required within our refusal.
Well, I think it definitely we need to mention the employment lands, not wanting the conversion of the employment lands to residential. We need to start worrying about our taxes, Mr. Mayor.
Can we get?
And I guess to be more clear about the environmental part, that the developer hasn't demonstrated that there will be no negative impact. And that is required in the PPS, the York Region official plan, and our official plan. So that adds strength. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The no negative effect is a really important one.
Sorry, Counselor, which one I was trying to work on one other line
sorry.
for you.
Thank you.
Which one were you
and,
saying?
The provincial policy statement, the York Region official plan, and our official plan says that a developer has the requirement to show that there will be no negative effect.
And Counselor, I get where you're going, but as some members have said here, you haven't heard them, but it's getting too detailed. We need to keep it very high level if you're going to put forward a refusal. So it needs to be at that high level. And so far, I think it's so. It's been changed again. So read it one more time. See what your thoughts are.
The first one could be easily changed to it does not demonstrate no negative effect on environmental lands.
Mr. Clerk, can you change that one? Can you say that again, Counselor?
Yes, the development does not demonstrate as required in policy that there will be no negative effect on environmental lands. I think you could take out the species of concern. That's not a proven.
Counselor, did you just say to remove bullet point 3?
Yes, it hasn't been proven.
Okay,
But,
so can we remove bullet point 3? Okay, so
And
I'm
we
gonna
need
read
to
it.
be, one more thing, we need to be specific about OPA. OPA 30 says that it's employment
Did you
lands.
say OPA 30? Did you say OPA
Yes.
30?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
already
it's in there. So let me read it for you.
okay.
So it says that the applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment regarding the 1289 Wellington Street East be refused. The proposed development does not conform to the town's official plan, OPA 30, and provincial policy for reasons including but not limited to the following. The development does not demonstrate no negative impact on environmental lands. The proposed density is not appropriate for the site. Removal of already in short supply employment lands.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that, Councilor Gardner? Because you're the one moving it.
Thank you. Well, how do we put in removal of short supply employment lands? Maybe needs to remain as employment lands as per OPA 30.
But I understand where you're going, but it really has nothing to do with the I once again, it's tied to it, but that's a regional issue. It's not a planning act. If this was to go to the tribunal, they're not gonna consider that. It's gonna be what the region does.
Well, OPA 30
If you want, I
is
can change the wording. I just think it's not gonna. That's
but
not gonna help. I
OPA
think
30
saying what it
is
says.
are the town's official plan. OPA. I think it should be clear that OPA 30 designates that as business, as employment lands.
Well, it says that it does not conform to OPA 30. So I think in essence, we're saying it doesn't conform to OPA 30 in general. So we're
Okay.
like I don't think, and that's why we're saying it shouldn't get that detailed. We're going very high level.
Thank you. But in the high level, we need to put in, it does not conform to the PPS, the regional OP or ROP.
And we have ROP, we have OPA 30, we have the PPS, provincial policies there. We just don't have York. Would you like to include York Regional OP?
Yes, and that's with respect to not being able, in all of those, the developer is required to show that there will be no negative effect
Okay.
on the environment.
Yes, regional plan and provincial policy.
Yes, because that's in all the policies, no negative impact on the environment. On the environmental features would probably be more.
I'm just waiting for them to change it so we can look at it.
Thank you.
Can't vote on something if you don't have it up on the screen.
Thank you
I
so
don't
much.
even have a
Mike.
seconder.
After all this, we probably should have got that first.
Got it? Okay. I'll read it one more time. That the applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment regarding the 1289 Wellington Street East be refused. The proposed development does not conform to the town's official plan, OPA 30, York Region's official plan, and provincial policy statement for reasons including but not limited to the following. The development does not demonstrate no negative impact on environmental lands. The proposed density is not appropriate for the site. Removal of already in short supply employment lands. So Councillor, are you okay with that? You're moving it.
Yes, could you, instead of environmental lands, could you say environmental features?
We can change that as I ask for a seconder.
Okay.
Yes. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. I'm okay with everything except for the last point, Mr. Mayor. First of all, the removal of already in short supply employment lands. We're suggesting that it's been removed, and I don't believe it's been removed. I believe that that last point should say there are significant issues with the MCR process and the land conversion from employment to non-employment. Because that is what we've determined that from the town of Aurora. It's in our reports that those lands have been converted. And first of all, I don't believe they are. I think there was an error that was made. So saying removal to me isn't correct. We're acknowledging that that's the case, and I don't believe it is. There's been significant issues with the MCR process and land conversion from employment to non-employment.
I would be fine with that. Thank you.
So what would you like it to say, Councillor?
I would be fine with what Councillor Gallo has suggested.
No, I know. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. I'm asking Councillor Gallo if he
Sorry.
if he could give me the exact wording so the clerk can.
There are significant issues with the MCR process and the land conversion from employment to non-employment.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, if we do refuse this, they can come back to us. I mean, they could come back to us tomorrow and start the process over, and maybe we could work something better out.
Councillor, I think I've given you lots of leeway to continue speaking. while
No,
we're
no,
going
I'm just
through
saying,
this, but-
I'm asking, I'm asking. Is it
Was
No, I
mine
know.
a friendly amendment?
Councillor,
Was
Was it a friendly amendment?
It was a
to you?
friendly amendment.
Okay, good. So
Councillor
I'm-
Gardner said she was agreeable to it. If you're the seconder, you're agreeable to it. So I will put that on the floor. That's what's in front of us. Can everyone see what's in front of us? Call the vote.
Could I have some clarification, please? For the developer,
Uh,
if this does get refused, they can come back even to the next.
Councillor Gallo, point of order. Thank you. Yeah,
On this, let's
Thank-
move on.
I find in favor of
Okay,
the point of
thank
order.
you.
I've called the vote. Everyone can
Thank
vote.
you. Somehow I'm not being able to vote online. Oh.
Yeah. Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries. Council, everyone, thank you for coming out this evening. If you want to stay informed with anything that happens in the future with the site. We're great at wordsmithing here. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming out, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us till 11:30. Yeah, council confirming bylaw. Someone like to move that, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Humphreys. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kim, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.